We got to go. We weren't talking about tanks, were we?
No, not
No,
at
no,
all.
no, not nothing to do with tanks.
No. I'll take Zimmer for 500, please.
We know what it is now. We got to now
Yeah.
the peanuts got no idea what we were talking about.
No,
Oh,
not at all.
not nothing to do with tanks.
No.
Who's playing back? Me.
I'll
That's
take
me.
Zimmer for. I was going to say it's not me.
That's not. You know who it was.
Yeah, blame Alan.
Okay, we'll see if any of the peanuts know what Zimmerit is.
Yeah, come on, guys. Let's see if you can give us a brief explanation of Zimmerit.
Zimmerit.
Sounds
Yeah,
like something
we're not
you
going to
put
give
on
you
acne.
any. We're not going to give it to you in any context. We're just going to say the
Nope.
word Zimmerit.
Zimmerit. Zimmerit.
Like I said, it sounds like something you put on acne.
Me Nobby Styles, get the Zimmerit out.
Well, it sounds like a car, even, or a motorbike. No, not a
What, the
motorbike.
Zimmerit? What the higher echelons in the in Moscow drive to the Kremlin in, or driven in the head? You get to make Zimmerit.
What was that one? The car that they had, like the little two-seater thing that was a three-wheeler or something. It had a roof on it, like on the cockpit, like an airplane.
Oh, the little bubble cars. They're gosh, my dad apparently used to
Messerschmitt or
have one.
something.
Messerschmitt made them. There were several. Yeah, they basically had like moped engines. That's right. My dad's friend had one, and he had a spare engine inside just in case. And they were basically moped engines, and the little fiberglass sort of streamlined.
They're taking their while to find out what Zimmer it is. You think they'd be on the ball? And John said he's not googling. He's not googling it.
Okay. Carl Edwards
Yeah,
says
but
it's
what?
tank
Yeah,
paint.
what type of paint? Come on, you've got to be elaborate on it a bit more than that, Carl.
And do you know how many books here would tell you and show you what it is?
So they've narrowed it down to tank paint.
RT-96 sounds suspiciously German, possibly something to do with tanks.
I'll pull up a picture. By the time I pull that up, where is it?
Well, I mean, give them credit, Farmer's Boy.
Yeah.
If it's something German and you're talking about it, it's bound to be something with it.
It could have been tanks. It could have been U-boats. It could have been.
Yeah, it could have been anything. Oh, that's a good picture of it, I think. We'll use that one. I'll share that one. Where are we? There we go.
Oh, that's a chunky monkey.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That image might be all right. Oh, Carl's given us all the answers. You gonna let any other peanuts have a go, Carl?
Actually, that's the biggest chunky monkey they made. I know exactly what that is.
Yeah, I was going to get you to name all the tanks that are in here. Oh, there we go. Name that tank.
I have taken several photos of that very same tank. It now doesn't sit there. That is the Tiger Elsfarang B, otherwise known as the King Tiger, and that sits at the Tank Museum in Bovington.
Okay.
And it's very, very impressive. When you stand next to it, you realise that's a Panther. That's at the factory that's fresh. That's off the factory production line. That's mint. That's a Panzer IV. Can't remember which mark it is. Now that is
Oh,
Zimmer
is that image? Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Where are we?
That's a shaped charge, I believe.
Okay.
Possibly a magnetic shaped charge. That's the sort of thing that a very, very brave man would run up to a tank to and slap it on the side.
RT-96. That tank is Bob.
Bob. Yeah, that's a Panther.
Half a tank.
That's a Panther as well, minus the turret. That's an early one, so that's probably a D, maybe an A.
Well, with the
They built
wheels
them
are
in the
sort of
wrong
like
order.
overlapping for the track.
Yes, the Germans did that a lot because you had lots and lots of wheels to help spread the load. The problem was they tended to get packed with mud, and when it's really cold, the mud would freeze solid, and the tank couldn't move. And if you had to replace one of the wheels closest to the hole, you could possibly have to take wheels off 3 other axles to get at it. So it had its plus points, but it had a lot of minuses too. Yeah, that's another Panther with the ice cleats on the tracks. Panzer IV.
What'd you say? Ice cleats? I didn't see that.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, that one.
Right. If you look on the tracks, you can see those shiny little V-shaped bits.
Yeah.
They're raised edges for it to try and get a grip in ice.
Better.
That's right. Yeah, that's to try and cut into the ice because tanks slide very well on icy roads.
Yeah, they would.
yeah, they do. I've seen film of Sherman tanks trying to go around the corner, and they just keep on going.
I like that film with the James Bond one where he's in the tank and he drives around. He's driving through the city in it. And it's sliding.
Oh, that's Goldeneye.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite funny. Yeah, that's a seriously modified tank.
SE's naked. Don't time him out yet. I haven't given him his spanner yet.
Yeah, don't time him out, guys.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't time SE out. So if he gets timed out, it's not my fault.
No. Won't be me, I won't do it.
Okay. Since we're running through this theme till people turn up.
That is they called it the Elephant. That was going to be the prototype Tiger tank. That's actually a hybrid. There are 2 engines in there driving dirty great big electric motors that then drove the tracks.
Oh, I don't like.
That's quite a beast. Bovington had one. They borrowed one off the Yanks for a while. I went down and sort of took lots of photos of it. It's chunky. It's huge.
So SE says you're an expert. Can we define what an expert is, so we can relieve him of his statement to make it sound like he's making it you profess to the knowledge of
I do. Yes, I like to think I know a thing or two about tanks, particularly German ones, as that's my.
An expert would be someone who knows more about Hasselblad cameras than SE does.
Yes, that's a good example. That's a good example. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that lovely Zimmerit. That's a Tiger. That's a Tiger 1. Those tracks are nearly a metre wide. They're huge.
Wow.
Yeah. They're about 8. I think they're about 850 mil wide.
I think some of these images might be from World War II. Do
you think?
You think? Oh, there's a lot of tanks there.
Oh, that's a very well used bit of film. That yes, they're all the King Tigers.
I know that's a German tank. I can tell by the insignia on the side of the turret.
Falcon Crews, yes. Yes, they're big chunky monkeys.
Oh, there's an image here. Where's it? There. Don't go past it.
Use your left and right buttons on the keyboard.
Yeah, that's
there you go.
No, I think it skipped it. Bugger.
Oh well.
It's right there. Sure there it is. There we go. No, I've seen it there, and I'm thinking, what's that? Clam Mark III.
I presume that's a magnetic charge of some sort.
Magnet there, retaining clip,
Yeah,
delay
magnets,
switch.
base plates, a delay switch. Well, you'd want that if you're slapping it on the side of the tank. You want enough time to get the hell out of there again before it goes off.
Well, once they figured out that they got that anti-magnetic paint on it, if they wanted to use one of them, couldn't they just shove a bit of clay or something on it that's sticky that's laying around, and a blob of grease or something, and it'll just stick to it?
Well, if you watch Saving Private Ryan,
Mm.
they do that with their socks, don't they? They put a
Yeah.
charge inside the sock and then cover the sock in grease
Mm-hmm.
so that it sticks. But that's okay if you've got time. If you've got time to get prepared.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was referring
No,
to. That movie. I knew you knew which one it was.
yeah, I do remember that scene where they use it to blow the tracks off.
Yeah.
Because a charge like that wouldn't penetrate the armor, but a tank's pretty much useless if it can't move.
Oh, there's a good side view of one.
Yep. Factory fresh Panther. Could be a D. D was they built the D, then the A, and they look
Are
fairly
they
similar.
different in the body, but not the tracks or the wheels?
The Panther pretty much remained unchanged all the way through. That little bit at the back over the wheels, that little bit of extra armor.
Oh yeah, like a wing.
They did away with that because they were trying to simplify production. But yeah, no, the Panther, yeah, minor details, but it stayed pretty much the same for 3 or 4 years. Yeah, it's a Tiger. Yeah, another Panther. Shows Zimmerit quite well.
Oh, that's a good photo.
Yeah, Tiger 2.
It's got more covering around the tracks at the top there than that one.
Yeah, the mud guards. Yeah, most of these tanks, as they were used, things like mud guards tended to get ripped off. You get caught on bloody trees and things, and they just didn't bother replacing them. Well, there you go. That's not German. That's a British Cromwell with the British attempt at Zimmerit on it. Yeah, and that's a Sherman. Presumably, that's Zimmerit on what there's a version of Zimmerit on one side and not the other. But like I say, we didn't really bother because there weren't many people using magnetic charges.
Okay. That's a
Not sure what
recent
that
picture
was.
of one.
Yeah, that looks like a prototype or something. Ah, yes, that's a Sherman with planks fixed to the side.
On the side here.
Yep. But see, it's the same principle. You try sticking something magnetic to a piece of wood. It's not going to work. Ah, now that's an interesting one.
Or that one.
Hello.
We'll get back. I think that was a bit forward.
Oh, that's weird. That's
I
I've
don't
seen
know
that
what
one
they were
before.
doing.
I think that's concrete. I think I've seen that one before. I think that's concrete, which of course is the same effect to stop anything magnetic sticking to it.
Already seen that one. I must have missed one.
Yeah, there it is.
It's hard to skip through to it. There's that one.
Oh yeah, another Panzer IV.
And these have got the small wheels down along the bottom here, not the big ones.
Yes, that's an older design. Both the Panzer III and the Panzer IV, they built them just before the start of the war. Now, the Panzer IV, they actually continued production of this all the way through the war. They built bigger and in their minds better, stronger, heavier armored, better armed tanks. But the Panzer IV remained in production all the way through to 1945 because it was just so bloody useful. Certainly not the best tank, but probably the most useful that they had.
Okay. There you go.
There you go.
A little bit of. Thanks for that, Farmer.
Thank you. But that one that we saw with the spikes.
That's the one I was looking for. But
yeah, that's the sort of thing that they were using in the Pacific campaign to stop little Japanese soldiers climbing up on top with grenades and trying to lob them down hatches and things. So that was where they learned to have tanks fighting with the infantry all together, and it was the infantry's job to stop enemy soldiers getting close to the tanks or getting on top of the tanks. And that's something that's held true ever since. It's much more effective to have the armour and the infantry working as one, working together and protecting each other, basically.
Oh, righto. That's the tanks done. The other thing was, we finished that. Get rid of that. Now, did you get to do any of that homework? Aha.
What homework?
It was to do with inventions or some sort of award people got for things, unusual things or something. I'm trying to remember what the name of it was now.
Oh God! When did we last talk? Oh, I know.
Yeah, that was a couple of weeks ago. Oh,
yeah.
And you said, "Oh, yeah, I'll have a look at that and I'll see what I can find."
That was the Ig Nobel Prize.
The Ig Nobel Prize.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was it. The Ig Nobel Prize.
Yes, Elmix, we were talking about the
with woo in science, all right?
So
that's where it all came from, Elbig. So he asked me what Zimmer what was it and what was it for? And that's how he got on my favourite subject.
Jessica goes, "Oh, thank God that's over." So you got no information for your homework that you didn't do?
Well, I've got the Wikipedia page open on the
I just wanted a couple of things out of it, just to give people an idea out there what this award was for and examples.
Okay, right. Well, we're all familiar with the Nobel Prize, and there are many iterations of that. You can have the Nobel Peace Prize, you can have the Nobel Prize for physics and biology and all that sort of thing for people who've done wonderful and worthy things that need recognition. Well, the Ig Nobel Prize is exactly the opposite. It's prizes for scientists doing things where you have to say, what the hell do you think you were doing? Why did you bother doing that? Who really needs to know? Let's have a look at last year. So it was the 31st annual Ig Nobel Prize ceremony. Biology. Suzanne Schotz, Robert Eklund and Sjoest van der Weege for analysing variations in purring, chirping, chattering, trilling, tweedling, murmuring, meowing, moaning, squeaking, hissing, yowling, howling, growling, and other modes of cat-human communication. WTF?
Yeah.
Economics. Pavlo Blavatsky for discovering that the obesity of a country's politicians may be a good indicator of that country's corruption. So if they're all a bunch of fat bastards, they're as corrupt as hell. And this is genuine research that scientists and whatever, all of these people actually did, and more times than not, got finance to do this research and to present their findings. Oh, I like this one. Entomology. It was a research study titled "A New Method of Cockroach Control on Submarines." Who knew that cockroaches were a problem on submarines?
Oh, yeah. The thing is, in a nuclear reactor accident on a submarine, they'd be the only bastards left alive, right?
The Ig Nobel Prize for Peace for testing the hypothesis that humans evolved beards to protect themselves from punches to the face. It's just,
Oh dear.
yeah, it's just beggars belief. But people get paid to do this sort of thing.
That
Oh,
brings
here's a
up the
good.
question. That brings up the question, then, farmer's boy. Why do we have pubic hair?
I don't think it. I think it doesn't matter how lush the growth is. It ain't going to protect you from a knee to the groin.
No, that's right.
It's not going to work.
Not going to work.
The 2021 Ig Nobel Prize for Medicine to a bunch of Herberts for demonstrating that sexual orgasms can be as effective as decongestant medicine at improving nasal breathing. And how the hell did they research that? Yeah, I mean, so it's on the Wikipedia.
Have a dose of that. No more than 4 a day.
Oh, it's 4 hours. I'm due another one. Come on.
If you overdose, do you die?
Oh, here's a good one from 2017. Physics, Marc-Antoine Fardin, for using fluid dynamics to probe the question, can a cat be both a solid and a liquid?
Oh. Where's the cat, Palmer? I'll have to look into that.
Oh dear.
She's asleep through there at the moment. I can just see her through the gap in the door.
Come here, pussy. We need to do an experiment.
Hello, Squeak. This is a blender. Yeah.
I can make a cat go wolf.
Oh, here's a good one from 2015. This is biology. For observing that when you attach a weighted stick to the rear end of a chicken, the chicken then walks in a manner similar to that in which dinosaurs are thought to have walked.
Oh.
I mean, as birds are pretty much the evolution
Descended
from
from
dinosaurs anyway, you know.
You got a spare duck there, Paul? We could use a duck instead of a chicken.
Yeah. I had one hatch today. One lonely little duck hatch from the incubator today, actually.
Economics. The Bangkok Metropolitan Police for offering to pay policemen extra cash if the policemen refuse to take bribes. Right. We want to bribe you to not take bribes. Okay. I guess that's win-win, isn't it?
Oh, Carl got the joke. How to make a cat go wolf.
What, pour petrol on it and set light to it?
And it goes woof.
Oof.
I can make a dog. I've got to make a dog go meow.
Go on then.
You have to. Okay. You stick it in the freezer for a week. Take it out, put it through a bandsaw. Meow.
The 2013 award for archaeology.
Tell me when to laugh, Terry.
Yeah, okay.
Brian Crandall and Peter Stahl for, get this is good, but this is archaeology, for parboiling a dead shrew, then swallowing the shrew without chewing, and then carefully examining everything excreted during subsequent days. Also, they could see which bones.
God.
Yeah. Also, they could see which bones would dissolve inside the human digestive system, and which bones would not.
What's a shrew? It's a fish.
No, it's like a little mouse type effort.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
How do they do these things? I don't know.
2012 award for literature. The U.S. Government General Accountability Office for issuing a report about reports that recommends the preparation of a report about the report about reports about reports. Money well spent, I think.
Yes, yes. So how many years back does this go, or when did it first start, this award?
1991 they started doing this.
Wow.
In which we find such classics as education. Dan Quayle, consumer of time and occupier of space, for demonstrating better than anyone else the need for science education. Oh, he was vice president then, yeah. Shout out for Eric von Daniken, author of Chariots of Gods, for explaining how human civilization was influenced by ancient astronauts from outer space.
Huh?
Yeah. Yes, the Peace Award went to Edward Teller, father of the hydrogen bomb, first champion of the Star Wars weapon system, for his lifelong efforts to change the meaning of peace as it is known. Yeah, there's some good stuff in there.
Yeah. It reminds you that I don't know, I've seen it on movies and that where they have university students go into a certain dormitory, and if they get paid to do certain experiments, you know, for taking a pill or whatever.
Isn't that the start to Ghostbusters? Hasn't he got the guy and the really gorgeous girl, and he's trying to get them to guess what the cards are, and every time he gets it wrong, he gets an electric shock.
Oh, that was the end of the new one. The Bill Murray.
That was near the start of the first Ghostbusters film.
Oh, so they ended with the same scene with Bill Murray.
I don't know. I haven't watched.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Spoiler alert.
I just ain't got around to watching it yet, but yeah. Yeah, because of course he's trying to hit on the girl. I think it's a rather attractive blonde, and he's every time she guesses, he just says, "Yeah, you got that right." And it's like, no, she didn't. And of course, poor old matey boy. Every time he gets it wrong, he gets zapped to the point where he gets electrocuted. He spits his chewing gum out.
John says cover that guy. Which guy? I didn't catch on to which one he meant for John.
Oh, that guy.
That guy. Yes, Carl. That guy. Carl. I fixed Carlin up.
Lightsabers are real, but only in space. Oh, okay. I'll go with that.
I know, you forget to read the chat sometimes.
Just remember, in space, nobody can hear you fart.
No, they can't. Either. They can't
unless
hear
you've got
any
the
sound.
mic turned on.
They can't hear any sound out at either end.
Yeah, but all films set in space would be rather boring if they were realistic, wouldn't they?
It's like explosions in space in the early days when they were doing them.
You wouldn't hear. You don't hear any of that.
Or and the flame. You don't. How do you get a flame in space?
Well, you can, but
it just looks so much more spectacular when they made it look like a big explosion.
Of course it does, and lasers that go pew 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 and all the rest of it. You know, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, if you actually watched any of this,
computers make noise when you type. You know, like beep, 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 as you're typing on the keyboard. I've never had that happen to me.
No, that's true.
When a text message comes in, does it make a sound every time a letter comes up on the screen? No.
No.
You've got mail.
Oh, that's an old one.
Oh.
Who was that? That was that Meg Ryan?
You're thinking of that one? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was one of those movies. Not the Sleepless in Seattle one, the other one.
Oh, yes.
The other one.
Don't really do that sort of film anyway.
No.
Oh, there's a question for you from Dora.
Okay.
How can the sun burn?
So how can the sun burn? Explain that to me. I'm trying to think of the context of the question.
There's this thing called sunscreen, and if you don't put it on, ask Ranty. He knows.
Well, if you went to the sun, you'd get burnt.
Oh, yes, his chemtrail burns, bless him.
Okay, so we're ready to do our resident blue's not up yet because we had a video we could watch. We could watch it without blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peanuts.
If it's the one I think you're going to play, then even though blue isn't here, this is a definite warning for face palm protection.
It goes for 19 minutes, though. Do you think we should put it to Lindsay speed?
Yeah, why not? I mean, I haven't watched all of it because I was just like, no, I couldn't do it.
Dean's out in the Peanuts. What? By looking too long in the mirror.
That's how the sun burns. At least we can see he's not actually doing a Riley.
That's right. And it's green, not yellow.
Well, there'd be something. You have to go and see the doctor. It's the wrong colour.
Yeah.
You really have been eating too much asparagus. Yeah.
Okay. I have to get back into ancient technologies.
Oh, yeah, I'd forgotten the Elmigs, as pointed out. Mr. Sensible did one last night on the Raichi.
Double face palm protection needed. Well, we'll do a Mr. Sensibles and anyone else has got anything out there after. But we'll do this one because this one is just straight out of Dirtland.
Yeah.
Uniform linear disappearance in the Z-axis. Okay. I better give it to the Peanuts. They got that. Oh, do you want to change it to Lindsay speed?
Yeah, try it on Lindsay speed.
It's Lindsay speed 125, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Here we go. What's the P word, Peanuts? We've got to wait for 20 seconds for the Peanuts to catch up sometimes.
Yeah, it's a bit of a delay, isn't it?
I'm the only one that hasn't got the camera on.
Well, you don't have to.
No, it's too dark anyway. You wouldn't be able to see anything. Oh, here we go. We've got some P words. What did we get first? Pray.
Pray.
Pause. Procrastinate.
Yeah, we can do that.
Push. Pause.
Poo.
Poo. Pull. Pink. Pong.
Pink
pork.
pong pork.
Pantera? What's Pantera, Stewie? Plonk,
Pantera, they're a heavy metal band.
Oh, okay. Proceed. PlayStation.
I saw them at Donington back in the 90s.
PIS. Pain. Pass.
Proceed's the closest we got yet.
I don't think they've got the P word yet, by the look of it.
No, they obviously don't want to watch it. I can't say to blame them, but
I mean, Carl was close with Pray. He's just one letter out. Pass.
Someone said
Colin
push.
said pass. Push.
Yeah, that's close. Push what?
Pain.
Oh, there'll be pain. Yes, there will be pain.
Platypus?
No, it's no platypuses.
No platypuses,
Platypus are-
sorry. Oh, here we go. Somebody's being serious. P900. Pale, play. Okay. Unpause.
Hey!
Well, how are you doing? Okay, this is going to be called, this video is about uniform linear disappearance in the z-axis. This is an argument I was making in 2015 when I first got into this subject. And I didn't make any videos until 2017. I was just a commenter on YouTube videos. That's what I was for those 2 years. But this is an argument I used to make. And over the course of time, obviously, the most simple arguments are the most powerful. But due to the subject being so complex and the globe model being so complex, that there was a lot of things that flat earthers had to learn. So unfortunately, the most simple arguments, which are the most powerful, kind of got left by the wayside. Like things like the argument about the horizon with the black swan, as just a basic argument, that was around in 2015. And gas pressure without a container was around in 2015. So there's a lot of things around in 2015 that were very basic arguments that kind of got left behind, and they've been rediscovered, let's just say, in the past couple of years. But this argument here, I use myself, and I use the others too, but this one here, and it was a very, very simple argument, but it's so simple, I think, it's not, I had faith in it, but as I said, I wasn't making videos at the time. But it's one of these things that was so simple that for a long time, I don't think people would have had faith in using it. But it's like, as I say, the most simple arguments are the most powerful, and sometimes they're so simple that people kind of can't accept that they're that good, basically. So that's why I'm going.
You know what's so frustrating with this guy before he even makes a point yet? The amount of times he never completes his sentence.
No.
I've listened to him numerous times, and you start off a sentence and then I don't know where it ends up.
Going back over this again. So that's why I'm bringing it up now, so not over again. Why I'm bringing it up, why I'm bringing this topic up now. So this is called uniform linear disappearance, right? Uniform linear disappearance in the z-axis is not possible over a consistently curving surface. As under those conditions, a boat sailing away from you in a straight line must dip its bow downwards and its stern upwards if it is to be going over a curve. But that is not what we experience in reality. As in reality, we experience boats and other objects disappearing in a uniform linear fashion in the z-axis, something that requires a flat plane to actualize. Okay, I'm just going to show this first, right?
Oh,
So
no.
this is from the Davis sextant manual. This is a diagram from that. Now, in this, right, they show this line here, which is your height of eye, right? Sometimes called a sensible or astronomical horizon, right? And then you have the surface here underneath the person. And the correction you're making, let's just say, right, with a sextant, when you're on the sea, the correction you're going to make before you can work with a final angle is, first of all, you'll do your dip, right? But they do a mathematical dip to a mathematical horizon. There is no geometric horizon, right? It's called a geometric horizon by opposition, but it's not geometric. It is mathematical.
So geometry has nothing to do with angles. Or, no. Okay.
No. You couldn't make it up. Oh, yes.
Jesus.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, apparent horizon. Well, the apparent horizon must be mathematical then.
But, of course, the silly thing is that by definition, horizons are apparent.
Hmm.
But if the Earth was flat, we wouldn't have the horizon that we see.
That's
But
right.
that just passes them by in the wink of an eye.
Mathematical, because geo would be earth and metric would be measurement. There is no earth measurement of this horizon. It doesn't exist. As admitted so by celestial navigation, because what happens is they will bring their dip down, right, from the eye line down to this, mathematically bring it down beyond the visible water. With maths, they'll bring it down to there, but then they'll do height of eye corrections, bringing this line back down to here, and like a seesaw, it brings the other line back up, right, giving you your 90 degrees, right. But they have known, celestial navigation have known for a long time that this here doesn't exist. It's purely mathematical. You can't see it, you could never see it, you never will see it, right? So not only have celestial navigation known that this dip here to this place here doesn't to a place that doesn't that this place doesn't exist. It's a mathematical horizon, not geometric, mathematical. But people like Mick West have also known, because this is from his Metabone curve calculator. And as you can see, you have surface level here with red. Now, these are normally a serrated line, like these lines here. Black serrated line. And the eye line here, which would be our astronomical or sensible, as they call it, sensible horizons. No.
Maybe I got it too fast for Lindsay's speed, because I can't understand half what he's saying.
It's not a horizon, but that's what they call it. Is making a parallel with that. Now, this is kind of very faint, right? These two are very faint, so I've had to put in the red and blue line just to emphasise them, right? And obviously they're made faint on purpose because they want the main focus to be this geometric area down here, but they're what they call a geometric horizon. But this is once again just a mathematical horizon. It's not geometric. There's no Earth measurement. Right? It doesn't exist outside of the maths. As our opposition have admitted, the geometric horizon that's not geometric only exists in the maths. You will never see it. No one has ever seen it. No one will ever see it. It doesn't exist. So nothing can sail over this, right? You can't sail over something that doesn't exist. Right? You'll only ever be dealing with a horizontal plane.
Well, what am I seeing then when I see the thing that we call the horizon then?
You're seeing the horizon. The very thing that he's saying isn't there and nobody's seen it.
No, we can't see it.
Isn't the apparent horizon a refracted version of the geometric horizon? And if you didn't have the geometric horizon, you would have no effing apparent horizon then.
Correct.
Apparently.
We have the horizon we have due to geometry. We're looking at a tangent across a curved surface. And then what we actually see is because, we have an atmosphere, so there will be some refraction. But you're still seeing the curved surface.
I mean, when you see a reflection of an object in a mirror, doesn't it kind of rely on the object being in front of the mirror in the first place?
Well, yeah. Just a bit.
Right, and you'll only ever be dealing with an eye line, right, what they call an astronomical horizon, which is just making a parallel with the horizontal plane. That's all that'll be ever happening, right? So, horizontal plane, that's what we live on, that's what we deal with. So, moving on, right? Move this down and this down. So, now I want to show you this, right? This is a video made by one of our opposition some years ago. I think it's 2017 or 18. But this is typical, right? It's going to see a ship, right? Now it's going to move away. It's going to be a short video. As that ship sails away, there's going to be inferior mirage and different things down here, but don't worry about all that. That's not the argument here, right? The point is that as it's sailing away, now he does a bit of moving around or maybe a bit of trickery with this, he does, but it doesn't matter.
Trickery.
What you'll notice
trickery. What the camera moving around is trickery.
Oh, clearly.
No, the trickery is making the ship disappear bottom up, despite being zoomed in.
As it sails away.
Because if you just zoom in on it, it'll bring it back, won't it? So they keep telling
Isn't
us.
there a program that you can put this in and it actually centres the ship in the frame? I've seen people do that.
I don't know.
You record it into a certain program and it'll actually keep the ship in the centre of the frame without them wobbling around to the camera.
It wouldn't surprise me if there was.
Yeah, I have seen it.
Right. The stern is going down as much as the bow, right? That can't happen. The bow has to be going down and the stern has to be the last thing you see. But we're not seeing that. We're seeing a uniform linear disappearance in the z-axis. The z being zenith, up and down, right? So this is a linear disappearance. Now, in this video, the disappearance is mostly due to the distance and inferior mirage. That's all it's calling it, right? But that's besides the point, right? Sorry, he brings in he does a lot of messing around and editing and different.
I don't think it's the best example.
I'm just going to show you. There's this grey box here that covers the side of the boat.
No,
why did he cover the side of the boat? Because he was hiding the inferior mirage. Just wanted to point that out. Doesn't really matter, but just wanted to point it out. But more importantly is, if you can see here, the bow, right, is at the same height as the stern. If it's going over a curve and it's already supposedly missing the bottom of it, then the bow has to be at an angle. The bow has to be lower than the stern, but the bow is never lower than the stern. It's like on just normal water conditions, the bow and stern will be in a horizontal to each other. They'll be level, right, horizontal to each other. That's what it'll be. So as it supposedly sails over a curve, right, it doesn't. It just there's a uniform linear disappearance in the z-axis. Look, that's all that's happening. Excuse me. So all that's happening here is a linear disappearance. Right? Now, they've already admitted there is no geometric horizon. right? There is only
There
a
is.
mathematical plane, and that's it. So what do we have? We have linear, right? We don't have. We have a visual horizon, right? That moves with the weather and with elevation, and we have things disappearing in a linear fashion from the bottom up, in the z-axis. That requires a flat plane. You can't do it any other way. I'm just going to show another video here. This person's a flat earther. Sorry, my throat is dry. And this person shows the same thing, right? And they were giving they're explaining why it happens, but they're not talking about this point, but they're talking.
Surely he could have found better videos of the ships going over the horizon than the ones he's showing. I'm sure there's
There
better
are.
ones.
There are much clearer examples, aren't there?
Yeah.
About inferior mirage and different things. So it's a good video. I'll link it below. I don't know all the video, but it's good. But as you can see, as the boat sails away, both the bow and the stern are equal in their horizontal to each other. Right? Actually, in this one, the bow is above the stern, right? With the way the boat is made. But as you can see, it's not going over something. It's from the bottom up. There seems to be like blockage or whatever, but it's a linear relationship. It's not at an angle. It's just a linear relationship. So I'm just going to move it on a little bit. And as you can see, the further it goes away. Now, I know the man that made this is pointing out, the person made this, I'm not sure if it's a man or a woman, they're pointing out like how it's inferior mirage and how just measurements of the top and the bottom, blah, blah, blah. I get it. Don't mean to be disrespectful to him, but I'm just saying I understand that. But this is showing exactly what I want to show, and that is that it is not disappearing bow first and then stern. It is linear uniform disappearance in the z-axis, right? So now that I've made my point with that, now I'm going to show something. Yeah, this is a program I got, right? And it's called Ship Sailing Over the Horizon. This is just one of the demonstrations they do. They do this Wolfram player.
Dean's got a better one at program.
But this is going to show. This is supposed to be showing a ship going, a demonstration, like say a visual demonstration of a ship going over.
Dean, where's your
the curve
program you
right?
got?
Obviously, they didn't get the memo that the geometric horizon doesn't exist. But either way, right, as I move it towards the horizon, it will magnify in a moment. So as I move it to the horizon, it's just on the horizon now, this little ship, and it'll magnify now in a moment. Now, so as you can see, even within their own diagram here, right, and these people are obviously globe-believing people that made this. Watch the back of that, right, the boat, it just seems to be pushed down. That's exactly what we see in reality. I like this because there's no inferior mirage and all this other stuff, so it's easy. It's an easy demonstration to show. So the more suppose it goes away, the more it just goes down, right? And what's interesting about this diagram is there's no angular size change, right? You just see something just going straight down. Is gravity pushing it straight down? No. Right? Do you know what I mean? It's nonsense. But they're not understanding that this can't happen.
That statement actually puts it into the same as somebody in the Peanuts saying, what did he say it is? Is it going faster downhill?
Let the handbrake off. Whee!
Oh, somebody brought that one up in one of the channels they showed. What about Niagara Falls? Why isn't all the water going downhill to us and flooding Australia or something?
Oh, don't, please. It must be sliding down one of these water mountains. That's what it is.
Yeah, why doesn't all the water from the northern hemisphere flood the southern hemisphere?
Yeah, because a lot of them still think that north is up and south is down.
No, we're on top.
Only from your point of view.
A curved surface, it can't happen. This is not reality on a curved surface. This can only happen, right? This uniform linear disappearance in the z-axis can only happen across a flat plane.
Who's here.
Right? Regardless of what the cause of it is, it can only happen across a flat plane. It's an antecedent relationship. Can't happen any other way. So here I have a diagram I made myself. We get a line here. Right, I'm going to bring this out like this. Bring this out here like this.
Oh, we'll finish with this, and I might ask Dean nicely. He might show us.
Right. So here we have this black arrow. This is the z-axis. Here we have, right, this is supposed to be the water, and this is supposed to be a ship. Let's say a container ship, or whatever, right? So what happens is that, right, if that's moving away from you, let's say it's coming across your view, you're looking out to sea, and it's coming across your view, and it's moving across your view, but also moving away from you at, let's say, a 30-degree angle. What you will see happening is this, right? the water line will start to rise like this, and it'll continue to rise over distance. Now, the reasons, there's many reasons for what happens. The fraction limit, inferior mirage, sea effects, swells, different things like that. But the point is that as it moves away from you, it'll disappear in a linear fashion from the bottom, right? And it'll keep doing that until it's gone, more or less. Or when I say it'll keep doing it until it's gone, it won't be that it's gone. It's just its angular size will get so small you won't be able to decipher it, and especially looking through such dense air.
What was you mentioning, Farmer, about something about two sticks in the ground and one was slightly...
No,
I
mentioned that.
Or something.
Yeah. Now, look, just to pause it there for a moment. I've done a calculation, like how far away is the horizon for a typical person? Say about 5 miles, right? So we've got 1 degree of curvature over 69 miles. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt and say over that 5 miles, you got 1/12. That's given a bit extra, right? 1/12 of a degree of curvature. Now, if you've got a 100-metre ship and you assume that it pivots around the midpoint, given 1/12 of a degree curvature or tilt away from you, you would expect the back end of that 100-metre ship to be, let's see, 7 centimetres higher.
Wow. If you can tell it was 7 centimetres difference, you've got good eyesight.
And Brian's protesting that we don't see that. Well, no shit.
Exactly.
My God, you get more than that if there's a little bit of a swell or a bit of chop.
I know.
Out across water, and of course you have water vapor constantly rising off of the water and different things like that. So there's loads of reasons for you not to be able to see it right. But one thing is for certain: this linear fashion here, this linear disappearance in the Z-axis,
that's right, John.
That cannot happen, right? If the boat was going over a geometric horizon that doesn't exist, it can't happen. What would happen if this was a boat, right, going over a geometric globe horizon, right over Earth curve? If you were looking at it in the direction of this blue arrow, let's just say, so you're watching it sail directly away from you, right? What you would see, right, is the bow. Well, you won't see it, but what would happen is the bow would start to go down, right, like this, right.
Oh, wow!
And the stern is the last thing you'd see, right. And if this was turned at a 30-degree angle, if this then turned at a 30-degree angle to you, right, let's just say.
Now, what would be the other calculation if we could extrapolate from what he's saying to what size the radius of the Earth would be for that? That'd be a good one to work out.
You would see like a lot more of the stern than you will of the bow if the stern is more pointed toward you. You're going to see.
And the horizon will be a lot closer too.
More of the
other thing
too. So Terry, what is on about there is you'd have to be looking 2,070 miles to see what he's actually depicting there. It's really easy. You just times the amount of degrees that he's expecting it by 69. And that's utterly ridiculous.
The other thing that's utterly ridiculous too is he's titled the video Linear Rate, right? But if you actually went and measured the rate of disappearance of the ship with distance from you, you'd find out that it's not in fact linear at all. that as the ship gets further away from you, its rate of disappearing accelerates.
Yeah.
Well, that's not linear. Yeah.
It's not linear. It's not linear at all. So.
Bow. But if you're looking at directly from the back of it, then the bow is going to be going down, and the last thing you're going to see is the stern, and you're going to see this, right? You're going to see, let's say, maybe about that much of, when you see the last thing you're going to see is the back of the stern, and maybe that much of the top, right? The mast or whatever. That's the last thing you're going to see, because you're going to be seeing it from this angle, right? I'm just going to get an arrow. You're going to be looking at it when it's going down. You're going to be seeing it from this angle. That's what you're going to be seeing if it's going over a curve. When you look at a car, right? If you see a car driving over the crest of a hill in San Francisco, somewhere with lots of hills, you watch a car going over the crest of a hill in front of you, right? Because I drove in San Francisco, and what you see is the front of the car, the bonnet, that goes off ahead, that goes down, and the last thing you see is the back of the car and the back of the tires, and you might see a bit of the roof of the car just above the boot door.
Because
maybe,
the Earth's
depends on
only
the type of
100
car.
miles in diameter,
And
isn't it?
that's going to be all you're going to see. That's the last thing you see. You won't see the car
What was that, Farm?
Yeah, well, he seems to think that he's expecting the ship to do that because it's going over this curve, and the Earth only has a diameter of, say, 100 miles.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, how small the Earth would have to be.
I mean, how can he possibly compare a ship going over the curvature of the Earth to a car going down one of those downtown streets that's, like, really steep?
Yeah, the Earth isn't the size of a hill in LA, is it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously that's an accurate depiction of the curvature of the Earth. Not. It's ludicrous.
disappearing from the road level up in a linear fashion. That doesn't happen, and that wouldn't. So for a boat to be sailing over something, right, like that, sailing over an earth curve, right, then you're going to end up looking. If you're looking from the direction of this blue arrow, then your eye line is going to be eventually like this red arrow. Where you're looking at just all you see. The very last thing you'll see of that boat will be the stern here, and you're going to have an angled view to the masts or whatever at the top. That's all you're going to have. So the fact that that doesn't happen, the fact that this happens, right, where there's a linear disappearance in the z-axis in a uniform fashion, means the Earth, right, has to be a horizontal plane. You know, it's an antecedent relationship. It can't happen any other way. And just for as a little caveat in there, just to throw it in there, for inferior mirage to happen, right, it requires two things. It requires a horizontal plane, right? So it requires a physical surface of solid earth or water, and it requires the density of air that we have at the surface of Earth. You don't see inferior mirages, right? You don't see them at the bottom of airplanes. You don't see them up high in the mountains.
What?
You only see them across water and across land, right? And the reason you're seeing them is because of the
under an airplane.
Yeah, that's
the density of the air, and because there's a surface there. So it doesn't matter what the thing looks like. If you're seeing it at a distance, I don't care how much of it looks like it's after disappearing. If there is inferior mirage, that means there is a solid surface there, or a physical surface. It doesn't have to be solid, it can be water, but it has to be a physical surface. Something else, right? Inferior mirage is impossible on the globe Earth model. It requires a horizontal plane. So there's two things that require a horizontal plane. Inferior mirage. Inferior mirage requires a horizontal plane, and the uniform disappearance, right, in a linear fashion, right, in the z-axis of objects, that also requires a horizontal plane. So there's no way out of that, right? On a globe, on a globe Earth, if there was a geometric horizon, then the bow has to go before the stern. That has to happen. But that's not what we see, is it? Well, goodbye, globe. Thanks.
Oh, jeez. Not once did he mention or try to explain why the ship actually disappears in the first place, whether or not the bow. Or
no, that's right.
There was a point where he suggested it was a reduction in angular size, but of course that reduction in angular size only seems to apply to the height and not the width of the ship. Because it doesn't disappear front first, back first. It disappears bottom first, but you can still see the width of the ship and the width of everything else. It just disappears from the bottom up. So it's not reducing in angular size.
What I'd like to see now is for someone to find a nice video of a ship that's moving directly away from a person at a constant rate, and for them to take measurements of how much has been obstructed at uniform distances, from them, and show Brian that the rate of disappearance is not in fact linear. I mean, that would be a perfect thing to debunk his video.
Yeah.
That would require that he understand, like, primary school math.
I suppose. But then again, anything that you've responded to him would require for him to understand primary school concepts.
Yeah. I mean, so this is a really good example, I think, of why flat earthers. Well, first of all, their fundamental problem is scale.
Yeah.
At 50 miles, can you tell me which one? So the 50-mile marker is here. Can you tell me which one is flat and which one's curved? Well, no, not really. It's incredibly hard. And we're even, we're probably about 30 miles up in the sky looking down here. So at 5 miles, it's incredibly difficult to kind of see the difference between what is flat, what is curved. But what we can see if we get very low down, and this unfortunately is the world's calmest ocean with not even a millimeter height in wave, and we are incredibly close to the ocean surface, and we can see the effects of curvature on this surface. So at the top right here, we have ships at distances apart. And I think the furthest just goes over, I think it's 7 miles. Yeah, 7 miles-ish. And then we've got the flat Earth 7-mile ship here on the right. You can see that, no, nothing disappears. Now, the interesting thing that any flat earther can actually figure out is for Brian's assertions to be true, parallel lines would have to converge and diverge. That is the only way that what Brian is saying is true. So you can do this really easy by saying, I'm going to stand 2 meters at the shoreline, and I'm going to look at a boat through a telescopic instrument, and I'm going to focus, let's say we put a crosshair or a or some kind of dot on there. I'm going to focus that dot 2 meters above the water line, so that now I'm forming 2 parallel lines conceptually, one being the ocean with, that also includes my feet to the base of the ship, and then the other being 2 meters high on the ship and my eyesight or my optic. They're 2 parallel lines. They can never diverge. They can only ever converge due to perspective, which means if it goes far enough, we would expect the 2 to meet. We wouldn't expect the 2 to meet and then fuck off in different directions. Oh, shit, swear jack, bollocks. Now, unfortunately, with the ships that Brian sees disappearing down, there is nothing to produce that down. If something is below your eye line, in other words, the bottom of the ship intersecting the water, it can never go any further down in your eyesight. It can only go up. It can only stay level with your eyesight if you dip your face in the water, which Brian isn't doing in any of those examples. However, we see that it sinks massively. If anybody's interested in this, I did actually take Chris to task on this yesterday on Jose's show. But another thing that I've got on this animation, which is actually quite cool, is I've got 2 boats. This left-hand view at the top left here are actually 2 vessels, which if I go have a look at them, we can see them. But it's something funny here. I put something that we can't do really, just to show the difference. I put 5-kilometer high glowing orange masts on them, just to illustrate a point here. Obviously we can't really do this in reality. But if we look at this top left view, the ships start moving apart, and obviously the camera on the one that we're on zooms in, and we see the ship, and it's buggering off, and away it goes, and it's getting to the horizon, and then it's going down, obviously angling down like a submarine would, submerging below the water. But now I can no longer see that vessel. But if I zoom back, I can see the 2 damn great big masts that are there in this view. And we can actually see that the difference between these is probably about 0.2 degrees at the moment. Can you see the difference between them? Oh, actually, it's probably about 1 degree now, actually. But can you see that there's a degree difference between those 2? I can. I'd have to start drawing lines and measuring it.
Yeah.
So, for Brian's assertion to be true, you'd have to be the Earth would literally. I'd be able to walk around the Earth in a couple of days.
Yeah, that's what I was saying for that.
And it's much
Did
easier
anybody-
to see. It's much easier to see Stingray that they would be leaning away from each other from the side view. But if you're looking at something that's leaning away from you, you got bugger all chance of knowing that it's leaning away from you
Right.
by 1 degree or
definitely.
0.2 of a degree.
Yeah, look at the lean on that line there. Wow.
Yeah, I got to tilt my head that way.
Yeah, what lean?
Yeah. And the other crazy assertion actually shows that flat earthers are a little bit delusional is the only word that I can actually use to describe it, is the fact that there's no reason for this object to go down. And their argument is things disappear from the bottom up with distance, except the distance to the base of the ship is always going to be closer to you than the top of the pilot house. Why did it decide to piss off first? And then they go with the, oh, well, it's the angle, the acuteness, the angular size. Great. Well, we can have the same angular size to the pilot house, yet it's still there. Why is that segment of angular size there? And if you look at, I think in Jose's, I actually asked Chris, I did an experiment with Chris Berry, and I said, and he, oh my God, boy, did he try wiggling out of it. It was awesome. We showed some pictures of, or Jose had a picture of some wind turbines. And it's the same question I'm going to ask here for a flat earther, is I've got a rail gun and I've got an optic on there that allows me to zoom in. Now, this rail gun is one of the best on Earth. For some reason, it can shoot in a straight line. There is no parabolic trajectory of the projectile coming out. It shoots straight for an infinite amount of distance. Now, I've put a flat earther's camera of choice, a P1000, on it as a sight, and I've sighted it. In other words, it's going to shoot true. Perfect. Awesome. Now, when we look at an image, an actual image, not CG, but where a boat is hidden like here, and the only way for me to sink this vessel is to shoot it at the waterline, where would I aim and would I hit it? And Chris would not answer that question. I said, I did it with wind turbines, and only one tip of the blade and, partial bit of the blade was visible. I said, if I need to take out that wind turbine, the only way I can do it is shoot it just, let's say, a meter above the water line. Where would I shoot it with my railgun? Because obviously you'd have to shoot through the water. And if I shoot, am I going to hit water? How would I shoot it? And they can't answer this because it's a logic error in their brain, which means they just can't comprehend what you're asking.
Yeah.
Either that, or they know what the answer is, and they don't give that answer.
Potentially.
Yeah, they know what answer they should be answering, but they won't. Yeah.
Just if you want, Terry, I'll show this on your video as well, which is quite cool. Because I added something else to my. Well, I added two other things to my globe model. I added Terminator line, which is verifiable, and I entered star trails. I added star trails. So something that's completely verifiable is the Terminator line. So if I and this is verifiable with so easily in today's with today's technology. We're seeing in the left-hand view here, I'm seeing the United Kingdom in pitch black darkness, but I'm seeing the west coast of Mallorca still in light. How's that work then? And the same with even Yorkshire, Northern England, and the coast of Portugal. This is verifiable through the year with live webcams that this Terminator line is a real thing and only happens on a sphere with a 23.5 degree tilt. And then the other thing that I added, just for people down under, no, for people that don't get star trails, is I've got a observer at the top now, or relatively high at the top. Let's put him on the North Pole. There we go. and I've got an observer, another camera at the bottom, and they're both looking up. Yes, up is 2 different directions on a sphere if you're in different locations. And we can see that with the globe rotating in one direction, that's how star trails look. Now, the preponderance of evidence that we live on a sphere is so astronomical, you would be a lunatic to think otherwise.
Yeah.
And that's it. I'm done.
Yep. That's it. Mic drop.
Yep. Mic drop. Exit stage left.
Alan.
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 Oh, we've got a space mat out there too. What are you lurking out there, space mat?
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
He's around. He's around.
I'm lurking.
You're lurking?
I'm lurking, and I might be a little. I might be a little broken.
You are.
That's an understatement.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was talking about his voice, obviously. Yeah.
I just did something stupid. I just started Da Vinci Resolve rendering a video.
Right. So your computer's now doing more on that than anything else, and hence hence why you're breaking up all over the place.
You can use your. I was going to say, Alan, you got that little small
why
device.
I'm lurking.
That's what I was going to say. You got that little handheld device that you could always use if you figured that one
yeah.
out. Say exterminate.
Exterminate.
Yeah, that works.
Works.
That works.
Resistance is useless.
Yes, Matt, you've been unculled.
I'm sorry, I just have to correct something there.
Me, Terry.
I have to. Oh, Alan, by the way, I've got that a few times, but if I just completely close, just start saying.
That's the Borg, isn't it? Resistance is futile.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, is it useless for Daleks?
Yeah, the Borg's futile.
Oh my God, I need to be more techie. I need to be more of a nerd.
Nerdy.
Daleks stay useless.
Did Daleks actually
They need to
say
increase
that?
their vocabulary, I think.
Now, Dora wants you to say resistance is voltage divided by current.
I know where resistance is useless comes from. It's the Vogons in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, Alan's coming in twice. We're going to have 2 Allans now.
Alan.
Now there's 2 Allans.
Alan squared.
Alan's beside himself.
Here we go. Now I'm in. Yeah, well, I couldn't actually do anything with the Zoom meeting on the PC.
Other than muting.
Well, but you're in twice now, and you
feedback there.
Feedback.
Oh, there she is.
Oh,
Alan,
Alan, no! Stop that.
I had to mute both Allans. Well, the real Alan stand up.
Yes.
I just thought I'd introduce you to Ripley, quite possibly our solar system's first star captain. Obviously not quite ready yet, but she will be.
Well, you know what I think of that name. That's just Ripley. Hello, Ripley.
Oh, Ripley.
Hello, Ripley.
Shush! Don't wake her up.
Superb. Oh, that's brilliant.
Dean
Well, I
needs
should
all.
not be-
Dean needs all the sleep he can get at the moment.
Yeah.
Yes.
I should not be doing anything nasty now.
No, you sound quite normal now.
Yeah, well, I'd remembered to mute the audio output from the crashed Zoom call. I forgot to mute the audio input to it.
Oh, okay.
as you go.
Okay. It's all good now.
Yeah.
You missed.
So,
You've missed all. You've missed all the good stuff.
I know. Well, I was asleep, wasn't I? You know, I'm not the only one who needs his. I'm not the only one who needs his sleep.
Okay, we'll quiz Alan on that question, Farmer. What is Zimmerit, Alan?
Sorry?
What is Zimmerit? Or Zimmerite?
Zimmerit.
Zimmerit or Zimmerite?
Zimmerit.
Zimmerit. Zimmerit.
I think it's an ore that you find something expensive in.
No.
Not really warm. Not really warm. You're a bit.
No.
You're a bit cold.
I haven't got a clue then.
Oh, okay.
It's the anti-magnetic paste Germans used to slap all over their tanks.
Ah.
Then turned out they didn't need to bother in the first place.
Because nobody was using magnetically
Correct.
clanking on mines.
That's it. They went to all that time, money, and effort of making it and getting it to stick to the tanks and curing it and scraping pretty patterns in it. All a complete and utter waste.
Yeah.
So much for the Germans being super efficient, eh?
Yeah, I remember it now. I kind of thought it was some sort of secondary armor. Never having gone into it, but knowing what it looks like.
Yeah.
I had thought it was some sort of, like the panels they stick in front to.
Yeah, well, the Germans used that a lot. The skirts, which I think is Scherzen or Skurzen or something like that in German.
Yeah. What you mean that we still use to this day?
Yeah, for similar effects. Yeah, yeah. The Germans used it to stop. The Russians like to use anti-tank rifles, and they were man enough to punch through the side armor of something like a Panzer IV. So they put these skirts on to stop them using that. We now fit skirts and slats and things to stop sort of a rocket-propelled grenades and anti-tank missiles and that sort of thing.
Yeah, because they turn into a big molten blob a bit on the early side.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Well, you didn't do your homework, Farmer. So I wonder if Matt did his.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Homework?
Did you produce?
I had homework.
Did you produce that video with the experiment?
The video? What video with the experiment? Well, the egg experiment.
I think that might.
No, I'm still living at my children's house, so I'm only here for like about 26 hours each weekend. That's about it. And I've got to go back again, sofa surfing again. So, yeah. I know. Hello, how are you? It's nice to say hello, Matt. How are you, Matt? Just like, did you do your homework?
One thing at a time. Hello, Matt. How are you? Come on, mate. You should be used to it.
Thanks for asking, Matt.
Yeah, we're conversing with you. That we're noticing you, and you're not ignoring you.
That's true. Yeah. Makes a change.
What makes a change? Okay.
Yeah.
You're just in time for the good bit.
What bit's that? I've confirmed that the Daleks did say resistance is useless in 1964 episode of Doctor Who. And
that's an old 164.
Yeah,
that's a bit of useless.
The only time they said it; they said it quite a few times.
All right.
Yeah, and it was also a phrase used in the Doctor Who episode of the Cybermen.
I thought they said futile. I thought rather than useless.
That's the Borg.
No,
that's the Borg.
That's
isn't
the Borg.
Resistance is useless. Okay.
Hello, Zebulon.
So what's the good bit then? What have I missed? What have I just arrived in time for the good bit?
Oh, the good bit.
What good bit's that?
The good bit from
Paul.
Paul.
Good bit's that?
Quiz, wasn't it?
Oh damn!
Oh damn!
Oh bugger! I thought I'd missed it. Damn it!
Oh, we had some tanks and we had some derp and now we're up to.
Oh boy, did we have some derp.
I mean, I'm obliged to stay now for the quiz, aren't I now? So,
yeah, that's it. We're going to hold you hostage.
How much do you want?
Oh. First, we've got to get.
So do you know ships have got to dip their bow and the stern raises up as it goes over the horizon?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Is that the dirt you've had? Oh,
Yes.
God. Are they likening sailing the boats like to aeroplanes? They have to dip their nose to go around the.
If
globe.
you want to see it, mate, go and watch Brian Logic's very latest video that I think he put out last night or early hours this morning. Yes, because we don't see boats dipping down and because we don't see boats dipping down and the arse end coming up, the Earth is therefore flat.
I think those eggs are a bit too soft-boiled, Matt. You'll have to do them again.
Yeah, they
We're
did look a
just
bit
getting
soft,
rid of
don't
your
they?
ability to think, Matt.
I have to say they look
gone.
just right. Just Ooh.
Not too soft, not too hard, just right.
Well, just enough to dip your toast in.
Dip some in it, yeah. To that toast. Look at the toast.
Hey, I'm not saying anything. I might be alluding to things, but I never say anything.
Blimey.
Okay. Ready? Are you ready for the quiz?
I don't know, are we?
I wouldn't take her home to see me mother. I'll keep her all to myself. Blimey.
I'll keep the eggs in one basket.
All right, here we go. Question 1. This quantity is adjusted to form the tortoise coordinates in the Eddington-Finkelstein coordinates.
Now, you see, this is a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier on. The first question is just like, what?
What? It's a
Tuesday.
quantity we're after.
Tuesday.
No, Tuesday is not the right answer.
Is it a metric or imperial quantity?
Blancmange is not the right answer either.
Not a freaking clue.
No, it could be both, yeah. Perihelion precession can be derived by adding a term that is inversely proportional to the cube of this quantity to the classical effective potential. What is this quantity?
There you go, Matt.
Okay,
Not distance.
Okay, it's half past Tuesday then.
Carl Edwards has come up with it, and he says distance. It's kind of right, but it's not the right word I'm after. It's a particular distance. The magnitude of gravitational redshift is equal to the inverse square root of 1 minus a constant divided by this quantity. Not time.
42.
Not pi.
42.
Not Peter. Not icebergs.
It's always going to be 42, isn't it?
Yeah. A coordinate singularity occurs in one system when this quantity is equal to 2 times big G times mass over the speed of light squared. And now I do have a correct answer out there in the peanuts, but I'm not going to tell you who just yet.
Brass size.
Right size. No. That value for this quantity characterizes the event horizon of a black hole and is named for Schwarzschild.
Come on, Matt, I need help.
The
Schwarzschild
what?
Yes,
But they're asking me. I haven't got a clue, mate. Not Baldies.
Schwarzschild. I mean, I've heard of it, but I just can't make the connection. Sorry, it's just not there.
What's a big characteristic of a black hole in terms of the Schwarzschild?
No, never even heard of Schwarzschild either.
Name this quantity whose inverse square is proportional to gravitational force and which is typically symbolized with a lowercase r. You're going to need R for that.
Did I get that
You know what it is now, don't you? Yes, that's right, Alan Evans. The radius. I think...
I got that before you said the R word.
Yeah. And I think it was Clive Wells out there that gave an answer of radial coordinate. That's the technical way of saying that.
Okay.
Terry,
Yeah,
it's radius, mate. Okay.
Oh, okay. I better type
Radius.
that in. Yeah. Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Radius.
Yeah.
Okay. Question 2. In 161 BCE, the Lex Fania Limited eating these animals, which left most of the bones in Hellenistic Maresha, Israel. What were these animals that they limited eating?
61 BC.
I'm trying to work out what Lex Fania Limited part means.
Well, Lex is a book.
Lex Fania Limited is not a corporation. It's the Lex Fania Limited eating of these animals.
Yeah, they didn't stop them quite, but they reduced them eating these animals. But I don't know.
Yeah.
No idea. No clue.
Yeah. No, not goats, not sheep, not pigs.
I mean, to be fair, 161 BC is a bit before my time. To be fair. So,
Yeah, really, yeah. The sweet potato and the Acaricana breed of these animals may evidence ancient Polynesian contact with South America. They're not swine, they're not camels, not boars or cats or unicorns, not hamsters, no.
No, it's hamster.
By 2000 BCE, these animals reached the Indus Valley from sites like Ban Chiang. We have a correct answer out in the peanuts. Claudius Pulcher threw a sacred ex tributus group of these animals overboard in the First Punic War's Battle of Drepana. Not long pigs, not bovine, not big hamsters, not llamas. Egyptians used mud oven incubators to raise these animals, which became a symbol of France, since Gaul sounds like Latin word for them, Gallus. Not rabbits, Terry. Not fish, Alan.
No, then?
Yes, that would be right, Farmer's Boy and Alan. But you were beaten well and truly by Carl Edwards, who got it quite a while ago. And the answer is, of course, chickens. These animals were domesticated for a Southeast Asian blood sport that Clifford Geertz analysed in Deep Play. Red jungle fowl evolved into what birds raised for meat and eggs? Of course, it was chickens.
Chooks.
Yeah.
I feel like chicken tonight.
Stop it.
Question.
Do it properly, mate. Do the song. Go on.
No.
Question 3. Particles with this property always have identical chirality and helicity. What property is it we're after?
Blimey.
All right. Spinless particles with this property are generated from spontaneously broken symmetries, according to Goldstone's theorem.
Say that again, Paul, because I can't see
Not spin? Oh, I said spinless particles with this property are generated from spontaneously broken symmetries, according to Goldstone's theorem. So it can't be spin, because we've just already mentioned spin. Not charge. Not moist. Oh, wow. The Yukawa potential reduces to the Coulomb potential for particles with this property, meaning that they mediate long-range forces. What is this property? I have a correct answer out there. The energy of a particle with this property is proportional to its momentum. You have to calculate it this way because it is because particles with this property do not experience the passage of time. This property is not, as we once thought, possessed by the flavor oscillating neutrino. Yeah, we've got it now. Terry's got mass. And Clive Wells, it's not mass, it's actually masslessness, which Clive Wells got. Well done, Clive. You're on fire tonight. Yeah, particles with this property always travel at the speed of light, and gluons and photons are the only fundamental particles with what property in which a quantity measured in kilograms is equal to 0. It is masslessness. They are massless.
Well, there you go.
Question 4. It's not wrestling, but in the 2019 World Cup for this sport, Mia Krampel won third despite her knee injury by executing a figure D. A figure 4.
Yeah.
What is this sport?
But it's not wrestling.
It's not wrestling. Okay. Ashima Shiraishi became one of this sport's most accomplished athletes at the age of 13. Not martial tennis? Martial tennis. What the hell was that? Tiddlywinks? No. Not space weight? It's not skating, not figure skating, not go, not yoga. Techniques such as Gastons and laybacking were used by Adam Ondra to complete the sport's first 9C rating. Well done, Matt.
Yep.
Not a clue.
Not yoga, not jello wrestling, not financial juggling, not gymnastics. In this sport, flagging is a method for maintaining stable body position to prevent a barn door swing. I think we'll give it to Stevie B out there and Matt with climbing or rock climbing was the correct answer. 3 distinct forms of this sport were controversially scored together in a single event at this sport's 2021 Olympic debut. Pitons and crampons are used by athletes in the ice form of this sport, all right, whose other types include free and solo. Name this sport whose athlete Alex Honnold was the first person to ascend Yosemite's El Capitan without a rope. And it is rock climbing.
I had no idea there was a World Cup in that.
I fixed it for the peanuts, the word.
Okay.
I had a rock climbing friend, and he used to talk to me endlessly about rock climbing and stuff like that. And I just remember him saying laybacking. I have no idea what it means.
Okay.
But it just triggered something in my mind. That was it. It was like, yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah.
Before that, I didn't have a clue. I had no idea who Mia Karpel is. I have no idea.
No.
Whatever name.
Yeah. This image is taken at a place not far from where I live here called Mount Arapiles. It's a world-renowned place for rock climbers to come because they've got climbs of almost every level at this site, from like extremely difficult to real easy. Yeah.
But wouldn't you think there'd be an easier way to get on top of the mountain besides climbing?
There is, it's called the helicopter.
Yeah.
There's a road to the top, actually.
Oh, there you go. Look, you drive up there. What's the point of climbing?
Yeah.
Fuckers.
Yeah.
It's like it's like pilots say to parachutists as well. Why on earth do you want to jump out of it? You just land. Don't worry about it. It's fine. You know, same thing.
Yeah, it's gross. That's gross misuse of safety equipment. Sport parachuting.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Question 5. Jonathan Lambert, a whaler from this city, colonised Tristan da Cunha as the Islands of Refreshment. What is this city?
Nah.
No, doesn't ring a bell.
No clue.
No, okay. This city's East India Marine Society sold Americani cloth to Zanzibar and imported pepper on the Friendship, whose attack incited the first Sumatran expedition. What is this city? You will all get this one by the end, by the way. There is a clue at the end where everyone will get it.
All
It's
right.
not York. It's not Flirfmouth. It's not Amsterdam. It's not Lisbon. It's not Ceylon. Ceylon.
The Cylons.
Yeah, the Ceylons. Yeah.
It wouldn't be Ceylon. Then.
This city and Lawrence were the seats of the gerrymandered Essex County.
Gerrymandered Essex County.
Not Delhi, not Singapore. It's not a Danish city. This city was divided into an isolated rural village, now called Danvers, which was dominated by the feuding porters and putmans, and an urban town whose port was inspected by the native Nathaniel Hawthorne.
That's a name that rings a bell, but still none the wiser.
My two answers should actually be one answer together to clarify.
Not Boston, not Mass.
No. Well, I think Boston, Massachusetts.
Not Glasgow, not Westchester. No.
Westchester County. CC Chris here.
Yeah. Now, as far as names that ring a bell, that would be Quasimodo, right?
Yeah. The bells.
In this city, Samuel Parris enslaved a Carib woman who, like Sarah Good, was blamed with spectral evidence for making Betty Parris and Abigail Williams suffer fits. What is this city? It's getting pretty specific now.
Is it? I've never heard of any of these people.
Oh, okay.
Making us suffer fits.
The next clue will give it away for everyone, I believe. Tituba was accused of serving Satan in what city's 1692 witch trials?
Oh, now bells are ringing, but I don't know the answer.
That is correct, Farmer's Boy.
No, why didn't you say that first?
Yeah, that's right.
I think I made that just before you got to the last one.
Yeah, and all the peanuts are getting it now too. That's correct. It is Salem.
Oh,
yeah.
Jesus wept. That's the name. That's
what
the name.
What have I done?
That was a long way off.
Yeah. So it was Salem. Yeah. All right.
I was waiting for the witches part to come into it, then I would have.
Question 6. In the presence of disturbances, these systems can be approximated as a sequence of instantaneously unperturbed, osculating instances of them. What systems are we talking about?
What the hell's osculating when it's at home?
Did you actually mean to say osculating?
No, I did mean to say osculating, yes.
Okay. Like I said, I can't see the words.
Yeah. Okay. If the variable u is set to 1 over distance, the sum of u and the second derivative of u with respect to angle is constant in these systems according to Binet's equation. What systems are these? Word salad systems.
Yep.
Well done, Jezza. Yeah. No, that's not the right answer, but it's a good one. Okay. The mean and eccentric anomalies parameterize motion for these systems, which always conserve the Laplace Runge lens vector.
Oh, yeah, I know exactly what that is.
Yeah.
Good,
No,
I'm glad
don't.
you do.
No, I don't.
This
It's sarcastic.
is your special. This is your specialty, M2M.
Obviously, yeah. Obviously, I haven't got a Baldy's notion.
Oh. We have a correct answer out in the peanuts.
Already? Wow.
The sign of the total energy possessed by an object determines if these systems are hyperbolic, parabolic, or elliptical.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
What's that?
Position vectors in these systems sweep equal areas over equal times, according to Kepler's second law. You should know it now. Yep, everyone's
Yep.
getting it now.
Oh,
It is orbits. Well done
Orbits.
to Clive Wells again.
I had that ages ago.
Yeah, it was the
Did I
hyperbolic, parabolic, and elliptical, and
Yeah.
Yes.
they go
Name
away.
the trajectories that include the motion of planets around the sun. It is, of course, orbits or astronomical orbits. Yeah. Okay, question 7. The decomposition of acetone peroxides is driven by this quantity's namesake explosion. What is this measurable quantity?
Have you had this question before?
No, but
Sounds
I've
familiar.
had this answer before.
Oh, okay. Just sounds like a familiar question.
Okay, a decrease in the configurational type of this quantity opposes protein ligand binding.
No.
Okay, in a reversible isothermal process, the change in this quantity equals nR times the log of a ratio of volumes. What is this quantity? Okay, a non-extensive version of this quantity arises from ignoring the indistinguishability of mixing particles in the Gibbs paradox. What is this quantity? Not volume, not TNT. Reactions driven by this quantity are, by definition, endothermic. No, John Rapp, not exothermic reaction because they are endothermic, as we've just said.
Which is the opposite of.
We have a correct answer out in the peanuts. This quantity equals Boltzmann's constant times the log of the number of microstates and is 0 for a perfect crystal at absolute 0 by the third law of thermodynamics. Not flatulence, not pressure.
Pop.
Name this quantity that cannot decrease in a closed system by the second law of thermodynamics, a measure of disorder. It is as, guess who? Clive Wells again has come up with the correct answer of entropy.
Oh, entropy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flaps love that.
Even though they don't know what
Okay,
it is.
question 8.
No.
Yeah. This phenomenon causes orbits to circularize over time, which along with the Kozai mechanism can be used to explain the migration of hot Jupiters. Come on into him. This one's right up your alley. This is astronomy.
No, well, I'm not I'm not an astronomer really, so no, I don't know.
You will.
But it, yeah, might get it in a minute.
Not pressure in a container. No. The distance at which this phenomenon dominates is proportional to the cube root of the ratio of two densities. You are seriously close, Dora, but it's not quite the right phenomenon that I'm after. It's the thing that causes that, Dora. To first order, the strength of this phenomenon is inversely proportional to the cube of distance. Just change the second word in your answer, Dora. Not gravity. Heating caused by this phenomena explains Io's volcanic activity. This phenomenon is the primary cause of leap seconds. Objects are destroyed by this phenomenon when they pass within the Roche limit. Not tidal motion, not tidal locking. Tidal starts with F.
Oh.
Tidal forces.
Oh.
Well done, biggest Douglas. And John and Biggest Dog has got it. So I'll give a point there to Dora though, because that was pretty damn close, and she got it first. The same side of the moon always faces the Earth because this phenomenon causes locking. Name the phenomenon that on Earth is observed twice a day with the rise and fall of water levels. It is tidal forces.
Ooh.
You knew that, Matt. You should have told me.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, of course I did. Not.
Okay. 9. One of these devices with a bulge near the distal end is named for Ostwald and Folan. What is this device?
Device that causes bulges. Mind boggles.
Yeah.
Yeah. And pumps as well.
Yeah.
A pump is attached to the graduated polystyrene cylinder with a cotton plug in these devices. Serological type. What are these devices?
Mind boggles even further now.
Yeah. No. Multi-channel types of these devices handle 8, 12 or 16 samples at once. Turkey baster. Oh, you're kind of right, Carl Edwards, but not really. I'm thinking of a different name for it. Same thing, John Rapp. It kind of is, but nah, not the right answer, really. A novice mistake when using these devices is pushing past the first stop during sample acquisition. That is right. Alan, right, Farmer's Boy.
Thank you.
Yes.
I was having trouble thinking of the word.
And followed very closely by John Rapp out in the peanuts. Well done. It is a pipette.
Oh, a pipette.
I would have
Yeah.
known.
I was close.
Yeah. Transfer examples of these devices are made of a single piece of plastic, while glass ones named for Pasteur are used with a rubber bulb. Fisher and Eppendorf manufacture air displacement types of these devices, which use disposable plastic tips that are ejected into a waste basket after use. And I remember this in chemistry. It is generally not recommended to operate these devices by using your mouth to provide the vacuum.
Yeah.
Probably not a good idea, no.
No, it is definitely not a good idea. Yeah. And these devices that transfer small amounts of liquid, they are pipettes. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got
Yeah,
something
don't
here
use
somewhere.
a bit like starting a siphon out of a petrol tank, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, a mouthful of petrol.
You've never got clear plastic tube when you need it.
No.
So
all
you
you've got is garden hose.
Huh?
Yeah, all you got is garden hose, and you can't see it. Yeah.
That's it. And you think, is it there yet? Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the taste of petrol in the morning. Yeah.
Smells. What does it smell like?
No, it just tastes of petrol.
Yeah.
Yeah. Question 10. In a book titled For the Elements of This Thinker's Philosophy, 2 authors promoted this thinker's views as an antidote to the errors of Cartesian thought. Who was this thinker?
Ooh.
I'm going to make a guess on that one, Paul.
Okay, make your guess. Let me see.
There you go.
That
You
is
won't get my
not
best
the
guess.
right. That's not the right thinker. No. In a defense of verificationalism, Mike Alder described this earlier thinker's namesake flaming laser sword argument.
What was that, Alan? Is Paul not getting your messages?
I wasn't sure.
I am.
I put some up there, and I hadn't had any.
It's not Euclid.
No.
It's not Kant. It's not Aristotle. It's not Confucius. It's not Le Vul. Here we go. Emily de Châtelet translated this thinker, who stated, hypotheses non fingo, or I do not frame hypotheses, in an essay that criticises contemporary natural philosophy. So who said I do not frame hypotheses? Not Voltron. Not Darth Vader. Or Brian's Logic either. Brian's Logic the Elder. Oh dear. No. Oh, come on. This author of the General Scholium created the concept of an absolute time and space independent of the observer.
Oh, hold on now. I think I might have it. No, I can't.
Feel it should ring bells, but it's not.
Come on, Matt, I need help.
I'm giving the.
No, it's not. It's not. It's
You need
not.
help?
I think it is.
Well,
No, I don't
plenty
think it
of
is.
people out in the Peanuts have got it. In a letter to Robert Hooke, this thinker attributed his success to standing on the shoulders of giants. Who was it? Come on, you know who it is now. Yes, that's right, man.
Yeah.
It is Newton.
Yeah.
And I think Carl Edwards got it first out there. So well done again, Carl.
Carl's on fire.
He is on fire.
He is, yeah. Name this author's Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, who, with Gottlieb Leibniz, co-discovered calculus. It was, of course, Isaac Newton.
I was kind of, I second guessed myself. I thought maybe it wasn't. I was like, nah, it can't be that. No, it's too obvious. Too freaking obvious.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. That's your quiz for
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
I had to go at a couple of them.
I'll endeavour to do an easier one for next time, okay? A more fun one.
I tell you what might be fun, right? Which might be a bit revealing for, especially people like me. Do like I don't know, like a high school level physics quiz.
No, I can do high school.
Even that'd be hard for me, Matt.
Yeah, I know. For me too, probably. But you know, it'd be quite revealing, wouldn't it? You know what I mean?
Okay.
Well, I have seen
I'll do a high school
YouTube
level
things
one for
where
next
they
week.
put questions out there for junior high or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Isn't there a TV show called something about a first grader or whatever it's called? Something.
Yeah.
Are you smarter
Like,
than? Are you smarter than a?
Yeah. It's an American show. Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Well, I mean, here's a thought then. Okay, so I've got access to any number of Victorian Certificate of Education Year 12 final exams in physics. Would you like me each week to do put one question from an exam out there for the Peanuts to have a go at answering?
Or a couple.
Why not?
Yeah. All right, I can do that.
Year 12. Wow. That's past me and you then, Matt.
Okay.
Yeah, we're done.
Can I just point out that I failed my O-level physics?
Oh.
Really? No, I'd never thought that of you. I really never thought that from you.
I'm an engineer, and I failed physics. There was another one related that I failed as well. I only come out of school before O levels.
Not maths.
No, I got maths, geography, which is weird because I hated it. English, language, and my only A grade O level was, strangely enough, technical drawing.
Ah, well that works out.
Yeah, because I spent the rest of my life drawing things. But yeah, I failed physics. Technology, I think it was
I
called.
wonder if I still got me stuff from school. I'll have to have a look.
Oh yeah, I've got all me certificates somewhere filed away, but
the only O level I ever failed was English language, and I failed it 5 times.
You failed it 5 times. Damn.
Yeah, well, I was an undiagnosed dyslexic, wasn't I?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
So that's-
Yeah.
I got language, failed literature, but then you're just reading boring books.
Yeah.
Because before, because on our system, and back in my farmer's day, you'd have like I think it was your 3rd year, wasn't it, farmers? Like you had your options where you could choose what subjects you wanted to do for your
Yeah,
your CSEs, didn't you, and your O levels?
You
last 2
did
years.
your options, and then that covered you for the last, was it 2 or 3 years of school?
Something like that. Yeah.
2 years.
So I mean, like we were doing like sort of general science before that, and of course in the physics and stuff like that. My science teacher wanted me to do physics, but because my maths was so bad, I wasn't allowed to do it. Because I understood the principles of physics, but I just couldn't do the equations. Just couldn't do it.
I did physics and chemistry. I dropped biology. I wanted to drop both history and geography, but you couldn't. You had to do one or the other. And at the time, what they were teaching us in history and how they were teaching it, I just hated it. And of course, I've gone on to be like an armchair sort of historian and love history. But the way they taught it at my school at the time, I just couldn't take another minute of it. So I said, right, I'll do geography then. And my geography teacher said, you're obviously not enjoying this. And I said, well, no. She said, well, why are you here? I said, well, I had 2 choices. I either took geography or history, and I hate history a little bit more than I hate geography. But you couldn't drop both. You weren't allowed
to do one or the other.
Yeah. And obviously, certain core subjects you couldn't drop. You had to do your maths. You had to do your English.
Yeah.
You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And it's ironic. I remember in the English literature lessons, we did a lot of Shakespeare. And at the time, I had no interest in Shakespeare whatsoever. Now, I would quite happily go back and read Shakespeare. I think Shakespeare's quite sort of in-depth and involved for school kids. I think you tend to get a greater appreciation of it later on in life when you're older.
Yeah, I think it's the same with history, I think, as well. I hated history at school too, but then you get old, a little bit older, and you just kind of, I think you kind of appreciate history. And I love history. Well, certain periods of history, though, and certain types of history.
Certain, 1939 to 1945.
Yeah.
But you mean 1914 to 1919, and then 1939 to 1945?
Well, 1918, but yeah.
It didn't officially end until 19.
But they stopped shooting each other.
Well, no, because you have the stuff that we were doing with, along with certain non-Soviet parts of the now formerly Soviet Union.
Yeah, but I think the problem was a lot of it was the way the curriculum was set up at the time, and what they thought was important to teach us. I just found it all dreadfully dull and boring. I couldn't give a toss how many wives Henry VIII had.
Did you get to do any practical stuff?
What, in history?
Yeah,
No, in your subjects.
I had metal work, and that was basically my relaxing lesson where I could just basically turn off and not do anything. That's about it. I had metal work. I think
we had metalwork and woodwork.
I was actually glad because I wasn't allowed to actually specify in the science because my maths was so bad. I was forced to do like a general science course, and actually we did more practical stuff. We actually went out and did experiments. It was great, and more than actually sort of the people that were doing physics or chemistry or biology. It was excellent, really good. I mean, I was lucky enough that I had a really, really good teacher, and he made it fun, So it was great. We were outside doing all kinds of different experiments and doing water rockets and all kinds of different things. It's great fun.
I did enjoy my English lessons, but that's only because in the 3 years I was at the particular upper school I went to, all of our English teachers were women, and the last one we had. I'll just have a moment.
I'm sharing this for a particular reason. This is an example of one of the Year 12 level physics exams, right?
Right.
And I'm pretty sure that the flat earthers are going to have problem with page 2. They're not going to get past page 2.
So what age range would year 12 then be for you? Then,
that's like 17, 18-year-olds.
All right, yeah.
It's the last year of secondary school.
Oh, right. We would call that kind of A-level sort of period.
Yeah,
A-level stuff. Yeah.
That's right. So this is a typical exam, and the second page that the flat earthers would probably have trouble with is this one.
This page is blank.
Yeah, that's a toughie.
Yeah, that's a toughie.
That's a toughie.
They're gonna discuss whether it's level or whether it's flat.
Is it actually blank? Define blank.
Yeah, it's kind of like a.
Well, it's not blank because it says this page is blank in the middle.
Yeah, it's a paradox, really, isn't
it? Yeah. It's not blank because says this page is blank in the middle.
Yeah.
It's not saying intentionally blank.
Yeah. Yeah, but these are like typical VCE exams that we get. So there's a typical start of a question there. Crashing trains. Who hasn't done crashing trains in physics, hey?
No, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So this question, in another situation, the locomotive is moving at a constant 4 metres per second. When it collides with 4 stationary trucks, each with a mass of 10 tonnes, they couple together and move off together, as shown in figure 2. Calculate the speed of the combined locomotive and trucks immediately after the collision. That would be an example of the sort of thing that we'd be asking you to do. Okay? Now, you don't have to do that now. I'm just saying that that's a typical sort of level of the questions. Some are a bit harder, some are easier.
See, that involves numbers, sums. No.
It does. Yeah.
I'll struggle with that.
It involves equations.
Equations. Don't scare me.
Well, maybe if me and Matt put our heads together, we might be able to work something out.
Yeah, we might. Or we might not get anything at all.
Oh, okay.
But we could try, Terry. We could try, certainly.
Yeah.
We do what
But whatever the answer's going to be.
We do something what Flurfers wouldn't do. Is that we think about it logically.
Yeah, it would be interesting hearing you propose methods and your reasoning for how to answer.
Oh no, stuff that. No, I'm not going to do that. No. No, just we'll kind of work it out. We'll Google things and we'll cheat a little bit, and then we'll come up with an answer. But don't expect me to come up with the explain how I came to the answer.
So you're exactly. Find the Google.
Oh, you mean like
find the Google online? So you're going to find the Google online train crash calculator, right?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'll find that.
Hang on, let's see if they're actually.
Hang on, he's going to look and see if there is one up there.
I want to see if there is one.
Train crash calculator.
There it is.
You're joking me.
On Giga Calculator, there is an impact force calculator.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And we'd
Terry, make a note of that.
We'd have to, but we have to show our workings, Matt. We can't just give them.
No, none of that. None of that.
Ah,
nonsense. No. Terry, don't shush.
All right, what do you got next for us, Terry?
I was supposed to be doing my work while you were talking then.
I've been invited on Creaky Blinders show tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to talk about my favourite subject, the moon landings. Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. And there's a bit of a phone in for people. They can phone in and stuff, ask questions or whatever. Yeah, it should be fun.
Yeah, but we all know the moon landings were done in a studio and they're all CGI and.
Well, obviously, but we're going to talk about that. I think he's in the back of a video that he did. So he's kind of going to do a show, and I think he does like a phone in each week. It's a new thing that Creaky does these days.
Oh right.
So yeah, it should be fun.
I don't watch them.
How would you like a bit of Anton?
Hello, beautiful people.
Yeah, go on then. I'm seeing Anton for a long time.
No, I did start to watch one of his videos there. And now I've got to find it again now. Yeah. Study explains why Pluto and some moons are actually planets. Oh, this is going to be controversial.
Yeah, but didn't they downgrade Pluto because it hasn't cleared its orbital path or something?
Hello, wonderful.
There was a few other things that Neil deGrasse Tyson gave the reason for why it was downgraded. And I can't remember what they were.
No, I can't. I'm sure one of them was clearing the orbital path. And
might be one of them, yeah. Several reasons.
So we'll start off with that one because I thought that was interesting for what I watched of it.
Yeah.
I got so far into it and I went, ooh, this might be good to play because we haven't played Anton for a while. Well, Elmix wants more dirt. Okay, after this we'll have a look and see if we can find something that somebody's done.
Oh, there's some dirt.
Yeah, look in the shield your shit. There's see who's got some dirt going besides this Simon?
Mr. Sensible.
Yeah.
That's worth a watch.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I haven't watched Mr. Sensible for a couple of
Yeah,
weeks.
well,
Actually, a few weeks.
he put one out last night about Rachel. That's worth a watch.
Oh, what's she been up to?
Rachel.
Usual old bollocks.
Rachel just usually just repeats what everybody else says. Usually, doesn't she?
Well,
she come up with some new crap, does she? Or something?
No.
Yeah, parallel stupidity.
Same old shit then.
Parallel
Yeah,
lines or parallel lies, Mr. Sensible's one. I'll grab that now while I'm thinking of it. Shush. I'll grab that. And who else was there you were saying besides?
No, I know about that one because I watched it over breakfast this morning. But
there was
Ranty did a one on Simon Dan because Simon Dan's taking his break, isn't he?
Oh yeah, I saw that one. Yeah.
So that's Ranty revealing more, insider knowledge of the flat Earth.
Oh yeah. I got
when he did that video, I suggested to him in one of his other videos. I said, Ranty, what about doing like a top 10 tips, tricks that flat earthers use to deceive their audience? And he seemed to think that was a great idea, and he said, "Oh, I must remember this." So I think he might do something on that soon. Well, I thought that'd be quite a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully he'll do that.
Okay, that's 3 videos. Who else? How long does that go for?
Hi, everyone.
Oh, Dr. Bob's. It goes for 23
Oh,
minutes.
Bob. Bob.
Yeah, it goes for 23 minutes, that one.
Thanks, other Bob.
He's got a patch over his eye.
Yeah,
I noticed that.
Yeah, he made mention of the start of Jose's stream yesterday before I went off and did other things.
What's he done to himself then?
I don't know, he might have got a cataract out or something, maybe.
No, he's. I didn't listen completely to the description, but yeah, he's got a problem with his eye that's going to take a few months to sort itself out.
I
think it's got something to do with floaters.
Okay.
When they get in the vitreous humour, yeah. So he's. I think he's got an eye patch. I don't think he can drive, and I think that's what he said. But
what's this Blue Marble
just one of those things that happens, I guess.
Out on? Did we? Why is there 2 of them? One goes for 35 minutes. Oh, it's unavailable. He reloaded it. What date was that done? 13th. Thursday 13th.
Yeah, it's only a couple of days ago.
Yeah. Goes for 35 minutes though.
It's a bit long.
Yeah. What else is there? Variety of flirt from Mr. 42.
Good day, gentle people.
That goes for 10 minutes.
That's a bit more like it. Yeah,
okay.
That's a bit more like it.
Yeah, that's passable.
I don't think I've watched that one yet.
Pause that. 42.
I've been very.
I don't know where's 42 lately. He hasn't dropped in lately. Another flat Earth flogging number 2 from Phil. Would that have fitted in at the time we didn't stream? That was on the 12th. When did I stream?
Well, I think you ought to put him, because he's an Aussie. I think you ought to put him at the top of the list.
So we didn't stream Wednesday, but we streamed last Saturday.
Yes.
Okay, so that's still the day.
Well, he's now. What was that, number 2? Because he's now done. I think he's. Yes, number 4 was 15 hours ago, so he's done 3 and 4.
Okay, I didn't get to see that. Well, we can't do them until we do 2.
No, got to do them in the right order.
Okay. Other than that, I think that's enough to keep us going for a little while. If anyone knows of anything I've missed out on before that, let me know. We could swap them around a bit. Alright. There we go. Share.
person, this is Anton, and
Hello,
today we're
wonderful
going to
person.
try to once again talk about the definition of planets. Planets like Mars, and planets like Earth, but also planets like Io right here. But wait, Anton, Io is not a planet, it's a moon. It's a moon of Jupiter. Or is it? So today we're actually going to be discussing this relatively intriguing study. The study that, as always, you can find in the description below, that argues a point that a lot of planetary scientists agree with. Our current definition of what a planet is actually somewhat wrong. As a matter of fact, it's somewhat unscientific. In a sense that it borrows a lot of ideas from astrology and not from actual astronomy. And back in 2006, when the International Astronomical Union officiated this definition, that's when unfortunately objects like Pluto lost their definition of being a planet, which first of all obviously upset a lot of people, but second of all, as the scientists in this paper claim, was actually done extremely rushed for basically unscientific reasons, and more importantly, used some really unusual features to define what a planet actually is. Now, as you might already know, there are three main features that an object has to possess, according to this definition, to be a planet. First of all, it obviously has to orbit some sort of a star. In our case, it would be the Sun. Second of all, it has to have enough mass to turn spherical. We usually refer to this as hydrostatic equilibrium. And so far, by this definition, Pluto is still a planet. But then there's also another definition that sort of changed everything. It has to have an ability to clear the neighborhood of other potential objects orbiting in the same vicinity. Now, this is where it gets really tricky. The reason why International Astronomical Union and some other scientists do not think Pluto is considered to be a planet is because once in a while it does actually kind of cross the orbit of Neptune, at least if you were to look at this in 3 dimensions. Here's actually what the orbit looks like roughly, and as you can see, it does once in a while pass relatively close to the Sun, even closer than Neptune. And at the same time, several other objects were discovered around the same time in 2006, objects like Eris, for example, that you see right here, that are even slightly more massive than Pluto and are even farther away than Pluto. When the scientists originally discovered this was supposed to be the 10th planet, but over time they found more similar objects such as Sedna, Oumuamua and so on, and because of this they realized that these objects might just not be planets. Today we refer to them as dwarf planets. And so the argument here was that, well, now the kids in school will have to memorize too many planets for the solar system. And although it does maybe make sense to some extent, it really doesn't make sense for one major reason. It's not a good definition. It's a definition that sort of defines an object simply by its orbit and is only based on one single feature. We normally refer to this as planetary dynamics, basically the orbits of planets. It does actually consider what the object is by itself on the inside. And the scientists in this paper make a really good comparison here. It's as if we define a mammal based on where the animal lived and how it moved, not based on the actual genetics or essentially the biology of the animal. For example, would an animal be a mammal if it moved in large groups and lived on land? Well, obviously it sort of defines horses that you see right here, but then again we have mammals living in the water and we have some mammals living completely by themselves. So the motion or the movement of the object should not really be the defining feature of a certain object. In other words, we should not be defining planets simply by their orbit.
So what, are we going to redefine the word planet or get another word if it's based on astrology?
I think what he's saying is that we've misinterpreted the definitions of what a planet is. I think rather than redefining it, I think from what I can gather, but we're going to find out soon enough as we go along, I think.
Yeah, well, did he say how long ago the word planet was first used?
Yeah.
I don't know if I understand on that bit.
It's from an ancient Greek origin, so been around a couple and 5,000 years.
Okay.
The thing is, though, no matter how well you define something and try and pin it down to be very specific or, whatever, you'll always find something on the fringes, something that you're going to say, well, does it really fit this description or is it not quite right? There's always going to be something that's just not quite fitting into that description. You could include it or you could exclude it, Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I wonder if there's anything. Sorry, Alan.
So I was just going to say, I mean, it comes from the ancient Greek, and as I understand it, it pretty much means a wandering star because of the planets having retrograde motion, as observed from here.
What do you mean retrograde? Is that to do with its orbit or something?
Yeah, because at some points in the orbit, the planets appear to go backwards.
Mm.
Oh yeah,
And of course, the ancient astronomers just watch the positions and the relative positions of the stars.
Right.
And the ancient Greeks noted that some of the stars would go backwards. So they called them wandering stars.
Ah.
And that was the planets, I think, out to Saturn. The ones visible with the naked eye, anyway.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is that if this is something that's going to be a set a precedent in science for certain words or descriptions of things that they've used, is there anything else that's being used in science that's already been changed or redefined, or anything else that needs to be redefined?
There is. And that'll always happen, like I said, because as we progress in our knowledge and get more and more knowledge of more and more things, like I said, we'll find things that don't quite belong in any particular category. And so what do? Do we make a new category, or do we redefine the old categories?
Yeah, so the definition of a planet was adopted by the International Astronomical Union of 2006. You mentioned that, didn't it? It says a planet must do three things. One, it must orbit a star in our cosmic neighborhood, the sun.
Mm-hmm.
It must be big enough to have enough gravity to force it into a spherical shape, obviously. Yeah. And three, it must be big enough that its gravity cleared away any other objects of similar size near its orbit around the sun. Yep. Now, I would have thought that Pluto fit in with that pretty nicely, but don't know.
Okay.
And that's why we shouldn't really be defining planets this way. And ironically, most planetary scientists, most scientists working with planets, usually accept a completely different definition, independent of what IAU decided in 2006. This definition is generally referred to as the geological definition of planets. And unlike the dynamical definition of planets, focuses entirely on the activity on and inside this particular object. And by this definition, a planet is a geologically active substellar body. It can be a satellite. And in addition to 8 planets that we already know of, these include a lot of dwarf planets, including Eris and Pluto, but also certain planetary moons as well, including our own moon and including many moons around Jupiter. And generally, this particular definition sees the planets this way. We have 5 terrestrial planets, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Moon, and Mars. We have giant planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. But then we also have quite a lot of different satellite and dwarf planets, with nearly 150 of them in existence. And so, in some sense, I guess this would be somewhat difficult to remember, especially if you're just learning about astronomy. But on the other hand, as a young child, you would actually be fascinated with this idea. The idea that there are 150 different objects out there, with many of them with strange names, many of them containing extremely different properties from what we would find on planet Earth. And as a matter of fact, having taught many children before, when I actually told them this, well, most of them were absolutely excited to learn about it. They were not afraid to learn their names. But that's of course beside the point. Well, okay, let's step back a little bit. Let's actually talk a little bit more about how we came to the current definition that the IAU accepted back in 2006, which also directly connects to the point being made in this paper. So first of all, we know that the idea of planets and the definition of planets has actually existed for thousands of years. One of the first mentions of planet as an astronomical object and the attempt to define them can actually be found in a lot of different tablets left from the Babylonian Empire that existed approximately 3,000 years ago, with this tablet right here known as the Venus tablet of Amisetukwa, representing the first official observations of the motions of planet Venus, with some other tablets also talking about other planets as well. Although in this case we really are talking about the so-called 5 classical planets that are visible with the naked eye. We're talking about Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn. Neither Uranus nor Neptune were visible or known to these cultures. But what exactly were these tablets for, and what was mentioned inside of them? Well, the main purpose of these tablets was astrological. They were sort of describing the motions of different objects in the night skies, and then trying to associate all of this with a list of omens, a list of relationship between various celestial phenomena, and potentially even mythology itself and religious practices. In other words, a lot of this was used for prediction purposes or to see if something could occur if there was a certain alignment in the night skies. Which is also the basis for Western astrology today as well. So a lot of the Western astrology based their ideas on a lot of these ancient Babylonian practices. And then with the invention of modern telescope, 2 more planets were discovered, and in 1931, Pluto. Although according to the initial observations, this object was really big. It was even believed to be bigger than the planet Earth. But because of the discovery of Eris and a lot of other trans-Neptunian objects, that's when some scientists, proposed a new clause to the definition of planets that involved that orbital parameter where the planet has to clear its neighborhood. Which of course creates its own issue as well. What exactly is a neighborhood? For example, when it comes to the closest approach of Pluto to Neptune, the approach here is about 16 AU, which is 16 times the distance of Sun to planet Earth. Now that's pretty far away. And although in this simulation you see that it does actually cross the orbit of Neptune, that's obviously only if you look from the top. Here's roughly what it sort of looks like from the top view. But if you were to look at this in 3 dimensions, you'll notice that it actually doesn't come close to Neptune at all. And so a lot of these little things made this decision extremely controversial and made a lot of planetologists quite upset. The majority of planetologists do not seem to accept that definition, including a lot of major NASA scientists. And that actually includes the primary investigator behind the New Horizons probe, the probe that reached Pluto, the iconic Alan Stern. Furthermore, this paper goes into a little bit more history, definitively showing that the current definition of planets seems to be entirely based on this Western astrology, and more specifically seems to be based on what they refer to as the almanacs. So sort of like the astrology you find in modern newspapers. Here the predictions were simply based on the position of planets in the night skies and were then trying to imply that something is going to happen. These publications were extremely popular in the 19th century and early 20th century, and because of this the scientists believe that a lot of the modern planetary definitions came from these ideas, these astrological ideas that simply saw the planets as something moving in the night skies with a certain orbit around the sun, not actual objects with actual properties. But more importantly, prior to the 19th century, there was actually a geophysical definition of a planet established by Galileo Galilei himself. A planet had to be a geologically active object, and this is indeed what a lot of planetary scientists are trying to push for as well. They're trying to move away from this astrological definition involving orbits to a definition that involves a property of an object and more specifically geological activity on the object. So in other words, a planet is an object with complex geological activity on the surface, somewhat independent of the actual orbit around the star system. And more specifically because these orbits can be extremely different. The scientists here give another example. If suddenly a star comes into the solar system and disrupts our solar system, a lot of the objects that were previously planets might not be planets anymore because they're going to be orbiting in a very different way and potentially not have these stable orientations anymore. So does that mean that if something disrupts planet Earth, it's not going to be a planet anymore? Well, if it finds itself in, for example, an orbit crossing Jupiter, by this definition the answer is no. But according to Galileo Galilei and a lot of modern planetary scientists, it's still a planet because it's geologically active. And because Pluto is also geologically active, with one of the recent papers even discovering that the iconic feature on Pluto known as Sputnik Planitia is actually formed geologically through a process of sublimation of nitrogen, furthermore establishes that according to the geophysical definition, Pluto is indeed a planet after all. And that's actually despite the point that
we'd have to look at what geological activities the actual object has, because, like, for example, our moon, you wouldn't class that as something that's got any geological activities, would you?
Not really.
Oh, of course
no.
you would. Yeah, it
Nothing
does.
happening.
It has moonquakes. It does have geological activity. Yes.
And what about Mars then? The same thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think also as well, if you think about it, especially now we've got web's going to be coming online and within the next, 5 months or whatever, is exoplanets. The more we discover, the more we're going to have to perhaps redefine what a planet is, because dear knows what web's going to find. Because it's very good looking through gas clouds and forming of galaxies and and formations and things like that. So who knows what was going to discover. So we still might have to keep redefining it and redefining what a planet is. Maybe.
I was interesting to find out about the Webb telescope. It's not actually going to be seeing in actual images. It's going to be using a different spectrum.
Well, that is still images, though.
Yeah. Just infrared, mainly infrared.
Yeah, it does use the red visible spectrum as well. It goes all the way from the red visible spectrum all the way through to deep infrared. But the good thing about it is because Hubble didn't actually do that, and I think Spitzer did it a little bit of infrared, but this one goes very, very deep. But of course, it's this one's in L2 to start with. And also it's highly, highly, highly sensitive. Really, so incredibly sensitive. It's going to reveal quite a lot of things, I think.
How far into deep space is it going to be able to see? Or
lot further than we have before. But of course, it's looking back in time, isn't it? So I'm not sure. Don't know exactly what the figures are, but much further than we've ever been able to do before. That's for sure.
Pluto is so far away from the sun that the sun should not be causing any kind of sublimation, so it's definitely driven by some kind of a geological activity on the inside. In other words, it's really important for an object to have internal properties and a lot of internal activity in order to be classified as one of these planets. And so the main proposition here is not to have a simply defined 8 planets, which by the way are already quite different from one another, but to instead have different categories of planets with dramatically different properties on the inside. With I guess one major change being the Moon is now a planet. It's a terrestrial planet. And that of course makes sense because the Moon, the satellite of planet Earth, is way bigger and more influential on planet Earth than any other moon in orbit of any other major planet, including Jupiter and Saturn. Which also means that Earth and Moon is technically a binary planetary system. And when it comes to simplifying the idea of learning planets and learning their names in, for example, young children, teaching school children to understand the diversity of the universe and of course the diversity of planets in our solar system is way more important than just teaching them 8 names of 8 different planets and kind of calling it quits after that. And so in that sense, the scientists in this paper make a really strong argument. And as the scientists mention in the paper, in general, planets in any orbital state are unique as engines of complexity in the cosmos. And that line by itself is very difficult to argue with. You cannot simply say something is a planet just because it's moving around the night skies in a certain way. You really have to look at the internal structure of this object, you have to see what's happening on the inside and the outside, and then determine its physical properties in order to establish what sort of an object it is. With this right here still being the best geophysical definition of a planet. But if you'd like to read about some other arguments that the scientists make in this paper, it's as always in the description below. There are some really interesting propositions they make, including of course explaining how exactly we came to the current definition of the planet, which they argue comes from Western astrology, not actual astronomy or actual science. And that by itself is a bit of a problem. But anyway, on that note, thank you for watching, all of the relevant links are in the description below, subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and maybe come back tomorrow to learn something else. Maybe support this channel on Patreon by joining a channel membership, or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Either way, stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Wonderful.
Yeah, wonderful. Bye, wonderful person.
Wonderful.
Interesting, that.
Yeah,
Interesting.
that's what I thought. Yeah, I'd have to be interesting to read the article about that, how they come to be, and like Paul said, they change things over time. The more knowledge they gather about something.
Yeah.
Yeah. True. All true.
Okay.
Did you also, talking about Webb, did you also know that apparently they've set aside, I think, a total of 100 hours within the first 10 years? They're actually going to track the planets from Mars and outwards. They're going to look at our own solar system planets, apparently.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know what they'll discover within the infrared range. I have no idea, but might be interesting.
And 9 planets were good enough for me.
Yeah, I'm finding it hard to let go of Pluto because I was raised as a kid. Pluto was one of them. So still struggling to let go.
Oh, Dora said before when they were talking there, that is no moon.
That's a space station.
That's a space station. Yeah.
So really, I mean, like going by what he was saying is that we technically speaking, we shouldn't really call the moon because it's a terrestrial planet, technically. Right?
Well, you'd have to give it a different name or a different meaning, as in the moon, because it's orbiting a planet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it isn't a planet, because it's not orbiting the sun.
Yeah. Okay, it's a terrestrial body. Then.
Yeah, it's the moon.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm just thinking aloud here.
Any troublemaker? Okay.
I suppose it would be difficult to differentiate between a binary planet system and a planet with a very large moon.
Yeah, possibly.
Because, where do you draw that line?
Yeah.
Well, we could go through the article, but that'll probably take time. It's in his description below the video. Are we not a moon of the moon? Emble's getting more confusing. Okay. What's we got? Mr. Sensible, parallel lines, parallel lies. Simon Dannon. Inside Flat Earth, an expose by an ex-Flat Earther.
I think you ought to go with Phil.
Okay, Phil.
Only because he's an Aussie. That's all.
Well, yeah. I don't know. I haven't heard him in the chat yet.
It's all right. You can still play his video, can't you?
Yeah. Oh no, I'm just saying.
Just a suggestion. No, it's your
No,
show.
well, it's in the tab, so.
Yeah.
It'll be numbered. We've seen the first one, so we have to do them in order.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the first one.
And we got copyright strike last time from Phil.
Did you?
Yeah,
what was that, a verbal one, was it?
Yeah, it was a soft strike. They got rid of the.
I'm Professor.
They blocked the video, so I had to re-edit it and re-upload it.
Oh, it was the bots that picked up on it, right?
And features some of the greatest minds that have ever lived on this planet. And yet, in spite of the brilliance these people have shared with us, this flat earth nonsense seems to get sillier by the day. It appears that flat earth protagonists are afflicted with a disease that renders them progressively more dumb by the day. That said, there is possibly an alternative explanation, which is the opinion of my better half, Mrs. B. She often likens my engagement with flat earth nonsense as akin to standing at the farm gate trying to argue with grazing and bellowing cows and bulls. No. Actually, she does not believe anyone can be as dumb as flat earthers pretend to be. So her hypothesis is that we Globers, who are gullible enough to engage them, are being trolled. Every time we make a flat earth debunk video based on a ridiculous assertion from a flat earther, they laugh hysterically because we fell for the bait so heavily that we spent countless hours making videos debunking purposely silly made-up rhetoric. She thinks, in all likelihood, the joke is on us. Well, frankly, I'm not sure I agree with her. One only needs spend an hour or so listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, or to Quantum Eraser, or to Nathan Oakley and his troupe, to realise that this level of stupidity is real. There are people who actually believe that the Earth is flat. Clearly, they supply a seemingly endless stream of mirth for almost every taste in comedy. Now, I would love to read your comments on Mrs. B's point of view. So, what is this video about? Well, I did promise to do them slowly and methodically, and this video, as part of a series of flat earth flogging videos, does exactly that. Now, if you ask a flat earther what they think the sun is, one gets a wide variety of opinions, each passed off as fact. This young Dutch fellow, for instance, together with many others, is an example of a self-described flat earther who actually thinks that the sun is a hologram. Others assert that it's a flat disk hovering above a flat circular earth. Some think it's both, and many will say that they don't know because they haven't been there. So in this video, I will show them that the sun cannot be a hologram or a flat disk, and in fact, it can only be a sphere. I know that won't help them realize that Earth is not flat, but at least it will narrow the nonsense. As with star trails, think about what the sun looks like directly overhead. It's a perfect circle, and without considering that the energy that it produces, it does look like a disk. However, that shape should only last for the time that it is overhead. Otherwise, as it moves away, it must logically become more and more oval. That's to the point that as it approaches the horizon, it would look like a bright straight line. That is not what we observe. In fact, the only shape possible for the sun to always appear perfectly circular is a ball. But there is more evidence. If we look at the sun with a telescope, we can see that it rotates. And how can we tell? Easily. We can track the sun's...
Shouldn't Phil mention that the telescope had to have a filtering aspect of it? Because you wouldn't just use a standard telescope to look at the sun.
No, you wouldn't.
No. Spots as they go around and then appear again. And of course, we can see solar flares at the edges. This not only tells us that the sun is not a disk, but that it must be a sphere. The sun also produces copious amounts of energy in terms of electromagnetic radiation, such as radio, infrared, visible light, ultraviolet, X-rays, and of course heat. We detect and measure this energy, so we know it cannot be a hologram or a reflection of the sun from some other source. In other words, the sun is an object. So now we've established that it's an object. What explanations have flat earthers for the sun moving horizontally above our heads? Why does the sun not fall down? Why does the sun not run out of energy if it's small and local? Any flat earther can use a convex lens in direct sunlight to produce a pinpoint of light on the other side of the lens at the focal point. In fact, concentrate so much energy they can start a fire. Well, here is the final coup de grace for flat earthers. This can only happen if the rays approaching the lens are parallel. How can sunlight be parallel? Well, that's easy. The sun must be a long, long way away, which makes Aristophanes correct. The Earth is indeed a sphere. Okay, folks, that should do it. Are flat earthers genuinely dumber than rocks, or are they trolling us? I would appreciate your opinion in the comments. Now, flat earthers, how about you provide your 2 bobs worth? Now, before I go, a special thanks to Wes Wally and Team Skeptic who gave my channel a shout out recently. And thanks to those who have done that in the past. I have finally cracked 2,000 subscribers. And thanks to all of you for supporting me and my channel. I do hope to do a live stream to celebrate 2,000 subs in the near future. So please indicate to me if you'd like to participate. And again, please subscribe, like, and comment. Thank you. Cheers.
You'll know he'll get out, reckon. What do you call it? To join his live stream.
Yeah. That'd be nuts.
Do you know, I think there's one person, right, one flat earther that I think is total and utter troll and nothing else. And that's Jake the arsehole. I honestly, I just think he's just doing it for a complete laugh and he's trolling. I really do. And I don't know if all the rest of them are just grifters, and you know, some of them are genuine flat earthers, and the rest are just doing it for money. But Jake the arsehole is just doing it purely for laughs. I really do.
Who's this person, Matt?
Jake the arsehole. You know Jake the arsehole. You ever heard of Jake the arsehole?
With the silly hat.
Yeah. Yeah, he basically does videos and shouts at people and just acts like an arsehole quite deliberately. Have you not heard of it, Terry?
No, I don't think I have actually.
No? Yeah, hang on.
It used to be Jake the Flat Earth arsehole.
Oh, that's it. That is his full title, is it? I thought it was just Jake the arsehole.
It used to be, yeah.
Jake the Flat. Yeah, Jake. Yeah, look him up, Jake.
I don't think I have, unless I do. Unless I have, but not realise who it was.
Yeah, his channel's just called Jake the arsehole still at the moment, but he probably refers himself to Jake the arsehole. Let me give me a link, Terry.
Oh, thank you, Elmick. Yeah. Co-op with Simon Dan to get more subs. I know Wally gave me a shout out one time. I got a couple of subs from Wally.
Yeah, where am I? I was going to post on the shows then for a minute.
Perspective has some videos on the donkey butt.
There you go. I've just sent you personal message, Terry. That's him. Okay. Have a look at him sometime. Yeah, he's pure troll. Absolutely pure troll. In my opinion. That's the very definition of what Mrs. Bell is actually saying.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I've actually. It's got 40,000 subs.
Mm.
He wears a top hat looking thing. Is that him?
Yeah, weird, silly looking hat.
Yeah, he wears that from time to time, I think, doesn't he? I haven't seen many of his videos. I've just seen the odd one on different people's channels. Doing a view.
There you go. I thought I'd be a flat earther today.
Oh, you can see right up your nose, Alan.
Pop on the screen and see right up my nose.
Yeah.
Sorry, Alan, but you're a failure. You're not in your car.
Yeah, you got.
Yeah, that's right. You should have been in your car.
Or on his trolley. He could have been on his trolley doing it.
Yeah, it's trolley.
Trolley.
His trolley that he drives.
It's not a trolley. It's a chair. Trolley.
Are you saying that Alan's off his trolley?
Yes, at the moment, yeah.
Well, a bit, yeah. Where's Stingray gone? Stingray's just seems to have disappeared. He's still in the thing, but
he sits in the background being quiet. He might be playing with his daughter.
Yeah.
Or changing nappies.
Because when I came on, he was actually making sense, and he wasn't playing devil's advocate as he often does as a flat earther. You know, probably like the most intelligent flat earther. It sounds like if he was a flat earther.
Well, he still hasn't finished his flat Earth model yet that I know of.
We're still working on that, is he? What does that tell you?
And he's got to rewrite physics.
Yeah,
that takes time.
I'm just waiting for an actual flat Earth map, because like all the projections they use are all projection from globes, like Acadia projection is all from a globe.
Well, that's what Dean's doing. He's trying to work out how to get everything to work.
How you get it all fit?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, guess what? It doesn't. Oh no. I wonder why.
Right, there you go. Now I'm in my car.
Right. Right.
And the car is in the garage.
Right.
Now you just got to talk a load of bollocks now. Go on.
Oh, there you go. Okay, even drives around. See?
Well, now talk crap.
Yeah, just don't run a red light, Alan.
Yeah, tell him what county you're from.
But
Yeah.
I'm not. I be from Norfolk.
You'd be from Norfolk.
That's right, boy.
I can't do a proper Norfolk accent half the time. I'm not sure, but I don't think I qualify to have NFN on my medical records.
NFN.
NFN. Normal for Norfolk.
Normal for Norfolk.
Copy and paste that, John, and put it in Flirt.
The Norfolk accent is relatively easy. If you can do like something from the southwest, people from Norfolk can't say words like beauty. They can't make that U sound. That's why beauty becomes
booty.
My
Booty,
old
yeah.
booty, yeah.
My old booty.
The Norfolk accent has lost that sound.
And pooters are difficult too, aren't they?
Computers, yeah.
Computers.
No,
Yeah.
just pooters. They're pooters.
Oh, the pooters. Don't even say the comp bit then, it's just pooters.
No, they don't even bother with the comp
Yeah,
bit.
what's with this inability to say the letter T, like Smokey in Gem Server? You know, the rectilineator.
Rectilineator, yeah.
I'm having trouble placing Smokey's accent. I would think he's probably it shades of Essex, but I'm not convinced it's actually Essex.
Yeah, he's southeast. He's southeast somewhere, isn't he?
I
not quite London, but
And the other thing is he pronounces TH as F, Fing.
Yeah.
Fing.
That's common. That's common throughout the south of England. I mean, even in Southampton, where I come from, everything's nothing.
Nothing.
Nuffnik, nothing.
Earth is spelled ERF.
Yeah, Earth.
Yeah. I've noticed that with a lot of people over in Britain. They don't pronounce the G in the end of the word. It's got an ing. And some
some do, some don't.
Some do, but that is sort of dying out, I think, a bit as well.
I have not heard this person that they talk about, but I would possibly guess that he comes from my neck of the woods.
Yeah, around that, yeah.
Because what you're saying is he's not full Essex.
No,
but he's not full East London either, is he?
No. Oh, here it comes.
So I would say Hornchurch, Dagenham, Romford.
Dagenham's Essex, though, isn't it? Dagenham's in Essex.
Well, technically yes, but it's in the London boroughs. So it's
I personally think it's kind of North Kent-ish sort of rough area, not Essex, but Kent.
It could be on that equivalent on the other side of the river. What do they call? Thames View or whatever it is they called it, where they built the new town on the south bank of the Thames.
Excuse me.
But not within the confines of the M25, I don't think.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of, I kind of think it, from what your people are saying, that it is within the confines of the M25.
Yeah, not sure.
Because confines of the M25 are kind of where most people draw the distinction between London and Essex.
Well, I used to live in Bexley, right, and that was called the London Borough of Bexley.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's in Kent. But it's in Kent. You know what I mean? So it's it's weird because it's not really London; it's Kent. That's what always confused me. That.
That's why I would say from the description, this accent sounds like somebody from one of the outer eastern London boroughs.
Quite, yeah.
I think you have to listen to his. I think you have to listen to his accent a little bit. I'm not 100% sure. You could be right though. You could be right.
There's so many British accents that you should be able to just about identify which street they live on, shouldn't you?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
That's true, actually.
Like that sometimes.
But it's like Liverpool. Everybody thinks that Liverpool accent is all the same wherever you come from in Liverpool, but it's not true. If you listen carefully, it's different. You know, there's literally from the difference between from one side of the Mersey to the other side of the Mersey, literally, on the other side of a river, it's completely different. And then you go further north, it's a bit different again. And then you go down to kind of what they call plastic Scousers in Cheshire, which they still call themselves Scouser, but that's different again. Yeah. You know, it really does change. Same with Birmingham as well.
Yeah, well, because the or even in villages, and like Alan was telling me once before, just from different villages, different accents in the same counties.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering if it's because you were so isolated and it's so cold, you're always grouped together and you never really communicate. And they didn't communicate much mingled with other people from a different part of the town so much, and the accents just developed on their own.
What do you think? What do you think we do? Or do you think we all huddle together in the winter? It's so freezing
like
cold.
Well, that's the only way you could develop an accent isolated from other people.
I've got something keeping my arm very warm here.
Is it furry?
Yep. Squeak's here again.
We wanted you
Squeak, Matt, though.
Yeah, we needed
Just
Squeak
Squeak,
before
Matt.
for an experiment.
Yeah, we're not. No,
okay.
no, we're not going to perform.
We're going to do it live.
Oh, that sounds fun. What do you do with it? You poke it hard or something?
Something to do with whether a cat can exist in a solid and a liquid state at the same time.
Yeah. We're trying to figure out how we're going to do that.
Just say Squeak, you're not going anywhere near the blender.
So it's a different take on the Schrodinger's cat.
Yeah, just a bit.
I thought cats were liquid because they'll fill pretty much any container they get.
That's true.
Yeah, why do they like boxes so much?
Don't know.
Why is that, Squeak? Why do you like boxes so much?
Well, it's funny because like one of my cats kept crawling into this cardboard box we had in the corner that we were keeping for something. I have no idea what, and it was getting in there and going to sleep. So I thought, right, I'll make it comfortable for her. So I put a little blanket in there. Put the blanket in there. Didn't want to go in there after that. That was it. No, not interested.
No.
Had to be cardboard.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
They are strange.
Yeah.
Cats are a solid fluid. Okay, okay.
A solid fluid. What, are they frozen?
I don't know.
I've seen videos of cats sort of getting under doors and things where you think, how the hell did it manage to do that? You know.
Or if they can get their head through it, they'll get in it.
Yeah, if the head will fit.
Well, that's the same with mice. Apparently, a mouse can get through anything the hole the size of. You can make a hole with a pen. It'll get through it. Incredible.
We back home on the farm, the TV aerial's up in the roof. And what Dad had done was run aerial cables in the corner of each bedroom. And into my sister's bedroom, a mouse, the hole was just big enough for the cable, and it chewed the insulation off the cable and then got in. Unfortunately, it couldn't get back out. So it tried to get under the door, and it couldn't fit under the door. And she kept saying, there's a mouse in here. We said, don't be daft. How can a mouse get in there? And then we could see it tried to scrape away the carpet under the door to get under that. So we put a trap in the next day, got it. And it managed to get through the tiniest of holes, but it couldn't get
eventually
back out
got out
again.
then, Farmer.
Well, yeah, it got out in a trap. Yeah. and a proper trap, not one of these humane. If you're putting the trap down, you're trying to bloody kill something, you know.
Those plastic ones that catches them all in.
Yeah, no, this was the traditional.
Those humane traps were just really not effective at all. We tried those before, never caught any, and then started using the normal ones that farmers was talking about with peanut butter, and worked a treat.
Yeah, we never used them for catching rats outside. Why on earth would you want to have a trap that's now got a live rat in it?
Yeah, no. Bloody
Vicious
things.
little buggers.
Kill them all, I say.
What, Squeak hasn't brought you any presents lately, Farmer?
No, I think she's getting. No, I think she did. She bought me a mouse a couple of years back, but I mean, she's getting old. She's not as mobile as she was. She can't jump up onto the kitchen counter anymore. In fact, she sometimes struggles to jump up onto my bed. So I think her mousing days are long gone. I mean, she used to bring mice, birds, a dead rat that she left under our bed once.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I only knew it was there because it started to smell.
Oh.
And I thought, yeah, there's something dead in here. I know that smell. Looked under the bed, pulled a couple of things out of the way, and there's a rat that was about sort of yay long line. And I thought, yeah, you've been there a few days. It's starting to go off. Little bugger. But no, she don't bring us anything anymore.
Our cats keep bringing in voles of all things. The occasional mice, very rarely a rat. Doesn't happen often. But yeah, voles mostly.
It was live mice, and she'd spend half an hour chasing it around the room.
Yeah, just playing with it.
And I've lain in bed and heard mice dying of heart attacks. You do they, and you hear this little mouse. It's panting away, and that's it. And then after a couple of minutes, crunch, crunch, crunch. Yeah, you played with your food. You wait for it to die and go all boring. Now I'll eat it. The joys of having cats.
Yeah.
John,
Well, at least they eat it while it's still warm.
John's saying he's opened up my Discord. He doesn't see dirt, and I've just looked down the list.
Flurf dirt.
Yeah, I just scrolled down to the list for him to be online, and he's not showing up in the members list.
Oh, can't he? So he can't see the Oscar.
Well, I can't see him. He's not. He's not over on the side where the members list is. Can you type in fair suck, John?
Yeah, he's not there.
Yeah, just type in fair suck, and then I'll be able to sort you out.
Yeah, give us a heads up in there.
Yeah, sorry, can't help you out today, Terry. Can't actually go look at this call.
Not there he is. He's in the voice.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you got a different name over in Discord. That's why I couldn't find you.
That's why. I would have thought to look for that.
Yeah.
I was looking for John Rapp.
Yeah, I'll give you the special role for the special place then.
I've got to go, guys. I've got to go shopping.
Lucky you.
Everybody loves shopping.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I get that.
Well, we gotta find a new sofa. We need a new sofa, so we need to look at sofas. We've got a few.
That's okay because you're gonna spend an hour bouncing up and down on sofas.
I wish. At least I could have a bit of fun then.
Yeah. What's this one like? Yeah, that's too soft. Come on, let's try another one.
And they hear a voice at the end of the shop. Get out!
Testing the sofas.
But you got to test it out by putting your feet up on it and put your head on one end and see if you can sleep on it.
Yeah, I wish mine was long enough to do that.
Well, that's what I said to Nina. I said I want one that's long enough that I can actually stretch out and sleep on. But it's kind of we don't really have the room for it though. That's the problem. We only got a small house, and if that's the case, the sofa's going to have to go at an angle across the wall, which would kind of like shrink our living space a little bit more. You know,
Can't
so
you
it
lean it against the wall and then you just sort of lay on an angle?
Or semi upright, you mean? You know?
Yeah.
That'd be fun, wouldn't it?
Hey, the astronauts can sleep standing up, so why can't you?
Yeah, but there's a thing called a lack of what's it called again? The gravity.
That
thing there.
They don't have an up or down, do they?
No, not really. No. All right, guys, have a good one. I'll see you later. Catch you later.
See you later.
Thanks for dropping in, mate.
You're welcome. Anytime. Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Will you stop flicking that bloody tail around?
All right.
Shall I just move all this out of the way as well?
Are you rearranging the furniture for the cat?
Well, there's really not enough. There's not a lot of room here, but there is a little space on the right-hand side for her to sort of lay down. But she's flicking her tail about, and I don't know what's up with her.
Not flicking on the keyboard, and you'll end up emailing someone.
No, but I generally find that she'll shift about, and then if I let go of the mouse, that ends up on the other side of the desk. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, she's in charge, obviously. Oh, there you go. Tails on the keyboard.
Yeah.
No, what is up with you? Oh shit! Carry on like that, and you're on the floor again.
Alright, who are we up to next? Mr.
It's
42.
our favourite.
Yeah, Mr. Favourite 42.
It's our favourite, Mr. 42.
Yeah, I haven't played one of his for a little while. Mousetrap Monday. What? Oh, sorry, I was reading the sideshow.
Mr. 42, welcome back to my channel. I have good news and bad news.
Oh no.
The bad news is, the flirts on YouTube are really not making any interesting content, and I don't want to bore my audience to death. The good news is, there's more than YouTube alone.
Oh dear. Where's he been looking then?
You mean there's other platforms where dirt can be?
Yeah.
I have scoured the darkest places on the internet, so you don't have to. Yet the first result is in broad daylight.
So, legitimate question. I don't know if I'm dumb, but if we're seeing both the moon and the sun right now, what the hell is the other side of the world seeing?
Oh,
that makes no sense to me.
How could you see the moon?
It seems the light is on, but nobody's home. There are multiple programs you can use, including some for your smartphone, to find an answer. You can try to visualize it partly in 2D, with some balls, or even just in your mind. Although that might be too hard for you. But instead of trying to find an answer, you make stupid video. That makes no sense to me. By the way, you ever heard of a moonless night? Let's do another moon video.
We've all seen this. We've all seen the moon during the day. Have you noticed that you can see blue sky on the other side of the moon during the day?
Oh, God.
Never go full retard. However, this should be impossible. The moon is not over 200,000 miles away like the scientist liars say. The same scientist liars say that the atmosphere extends at most.
You could nearly narrate his argument for him without even him speaking. All the typical stuff.
6,000 miles. Then the sky goes from blue to black. If that's the case, why can we see blue sky behind the moon if the moon is 200,000 miles away?
If you pay attention, even the visible part of the moon has a blue tint over it. That means that whatever is causing the blue tint is in front of the moon, not behind it. The whole argument is flawed.
But what could be in between us and the moon?
Yeah.
What is it? I wonder what it is.
Well, you mean without us suffocating and dying?
Yeah.
Well, you can, but I'm not.
It's right in front of your face.
Yes, it is, and you still miss it.
The moon is not far away, it's close. 3,000 miles away, 4,000 at most. The Earth is not a ball.
He measured it, did he? So when it sets, does it land on the Earth, does it?
It is flat.
What is flat is your learning curve since kindergarten. Let's see if the next video brings us something more.
How you can tell our Earth is not freaking round. Everything I see. I'm on the 41st floor. That's South Beach in front of me.
Oh wow, you can see further when you're higher up. Amazing.
Front of the ocean and the
Wow. Who'd have thought?
The ocean and the what? Don't leave us hanging. That is where the video ends. And you decide to publish this? Oh well, what can we expect from someone who thinks this is a good idea to share with the world? Failing is your way of life. Next up, we have another amazing proof of the flat Earth.
Oh, music. Trying to get done with the music. Gravity's
When electromagnetism is stronger than gravity. Well done, buddy. Here's a sticker. If you feel your IQ dropping right now, just be happy you haven't seen some of the things I have seen. That, however, will not save you for this next bit.
Outer space is completely fake. It is impossible to leave the Earth. The Earth is a closed system with a dome.
Why do these flirts always do the portrait on their phone? Is it something that they don't realise that they can do on a phone, is turn it to landscape?
Yeah, because they're idiots.
Surrounding the entire flat Earth plane.
Your brain is a closed system with a dome.
It's known as the firmament. And you can't get through. They've tried.
My joke still stands.
The United States government has tried to get through the firmament. It's impossible. Look up Operation Fishbowl.
Operation Fishbowl was about performing nuclear tests. That's it.
They actually tried to crack a hole in the firmament or dome using nuclear bombs. They couldn't do it.
Did IQs just drop sharply while I was away?
Richard Branson, he never went to space. Elon Musk never sent a car into space. We never went to the moon. The moon landing is completely fake. Why do you think we've never gone back? NASA said they just...
We haven't gone back. We went. How many times did they go there in the first place?
They only landed 6 bloody times.
Oh, yeah.
Destroyed the technology? That makes no sense.
That quote, destroy the technology, is that actually verbatim quote, or is that just something that they've misconstrued?
I think somebody used the wrong term. We superseded the technology, and we don't maintain the facilities to build the technology as it was.
Yeah,
correct. And why would we?
That's like rebuilding a Model T Ford, but we have to build the whole factory and all the equipment and everything to build it.
Yeah, quite.
And all the other infrastructure that went with it.
Yeah.
Quite a considerable undertaking when we're now building potentially better vehicles.
Yeah. Yes. With less people too.
Oh, with far less people.
You can't leave the Earth because of the firmament.
You are dismissed. You have provided zero evidence for your claims. The next fluff is at least trying, with an encyclopedia.
And this is from 1958, as you can see. Now, we're going to flip to the Antarctica and see what the Encyclopedia Britannica from 1958, before the Antarctic Treaty, says is there. Now, you won't find this in the new encyclopedias because the government's banned them. But what I want you to notice right here is, notice how it says, the flights proved inland areas to be featureless in character with a dome 13,000 feet high at about latitude 80 degrees south longitude.
Weren't they just talking about a mountain or range or a mountainous area?
No, they're talking about the dome of the ice. The ice actually forms a dome, right? And the thickness of that dome of ice over the continent of Antarctica is considerable, all right? Now, how far is 13,000 feet? Oh, it's just a bit over 2 miles, or 2.5 miles, which is about the thickness of the ice, you know?
Yep, it's right here on the map. Dome A, or Dome Argus, is the loftiest ice dome of the Antarctic Plateau. Not quite what you want it to be, eh? You really should do more research before making such stupid remarks. For our next video, we're going up, up and away.
Oh, where are we going?
Okay, so we're launching some sort of balloon. Let's speed it up until something interesting happens.
music.
Not as good as Mr. Sensible's.
I can say music, Terry.
As you can see.
Oh, yeah. Shit. I was listening to it and I didn't realise.
Yourself, the Earth is not spinning at all.
Hope it didn't play for too long.
Hey, and we're 8 minutes into your video. How much rotation did you expect?
That's how easy it is to forget the bloody music sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't understand how other people don't get hit as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe it's the country you're in as well.
That's true.
Because some videos are only blocked in certain countries, aren't they, because of it?
Mm.
Well, at least I didn't get a copyright strike.
Let's see that again.
All I got was a blockage of the video, so...
That is not straight at all.
If the Earth were a ball, in between the sun and the moon, you would not be able to see them both at the same time at this altitude.
Another flat earther who can't think in 3D.
I want you to notice how that little spot of the Earth underneath the sun, see how it looks? Now pay attention to that, because it looks like that the whole time, which proves that the Earth hasn't spun anywhere. Check it out. It's the same little spot the whole time. Now it takes this balloon about 3.5 to 4 hours to reach this altitude, so I time-lapsed it into 10 minutes. So for about an hour and a half, that sun has been over the same spot of the Earth, proving that it hasn't spun anywhere.
Everything has moved, including the position of the camera. You're just jumping to a conclusion to fit your narrative.
At 1,000 miles an hour, that spot should be long gone.
Once per day.
Now, way over there where you see that moon at right now, that's the dark side of the Earth. The reason you can't see it is because the sun is not going across the top of it to illuminate it.
That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
And most people ask me, you know, if the Earth is flat, then why does the sun light up the whole Earth? Well, it would if it were 93 million miles out in space.
What? You can't do that. Try to illuminate a whole basketball with just one light source. It's impossible.
But it's not. It's very local and it's very small, which it can only light up half of the Earth at a time.
Now comes the part where we throw our heads back and laugh. Ready? Ready!
Now when it moves back around over to where that moon is, it'll light that side of the Earth up. And it'll be dark from where we're viewing right now.
And that's it for today. I hope you enjoyed my video enough to hit that like button and hit subscribe as well, unless you did that before. And in the description you will find some links to support me. This has been Mr. 42, out. Don't panic.
Thank you, Mr. 42.
Oh, but by the way, you might notice now that I've corrected
Good day,
my error for being a flurf. I turned the phone the flurf way around.
When? Oh, now.
While we were watching.
I thought it was already around the other way.
No, I had it. I
had it portrait.
I had it proper ways, but now I have it up there.
Now you got a portrait. Yeah. I was wondering why it didn't fill in the whole rectangle shape when it was landscape. I couldn't see why it did that.
But it doesn't help. This front camera doesn't. This front camera's kind of weird shaped anyway, so you get.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you get 16:9 off it or not.
Well, those videos I took fill up the whole screen. The ones I took, the photos and the video, or the video I took anyway.
Oh, when you look at the front camera, it doesn't fill the whole. But then I haven't got a 16:9 screen, so it gets a bit awkward sometimes trying to figure out what the actual ratio is you're seeing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, they've got a different different aperture is the right word for it, or sensor for the front one to the back ones.
Right. Yeah, I mean, because I've got 3 rear-facing cameras and 1 front-facing camera.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, like mine, same as mine.
But look, now I'm definitely vertical, aren't I?
Mine looks like it's got 4 cameras on the back.
Yeah, well, sometimes they have a like a sensor for doing 3D stuff.
Oh, okay. Unless one of them's a torch as well.
Well, no. What on the back of your phone you have?
Yeah, the
you can have an LED light. You can have, and then most phones now come with. They've actually got 3 sensors in them for the primary camera, coupled to lenses at different focal lengths.
Yeah.
And then, like Alan said, you can also, if you've got an iPhone past iPhone 13, you've also got a LiDAR sensor as well, but we don't know the speed of light, so that thing will never work.
Yeah.
Anyway, am I now successfully in my vehicle, in its garage, with the camera in portrait mode? So I have gone full flirt.
Ooh, nasty.
Yeah, I know. Never go full flirt.
No.
Yeah, but Al, can you now take us on a joyride down the street? That's the challenge.
That's what the phone was for to do, wasn't it, Alan?
Bloody horrible out there.
Yeah, it's 1 degree out there at the moment where Farmer is.
It might have got a little bit warmer. Hang on. Yeah, it's 2.
Eric, I'm in the same. I'm actually in this. I'm at the same latitude as these guys. But I'm actually from more north, which means this is sunbathing weather to me, and those guys are just southern. We call them southern pansies.
Okay.
Yeah.
We had a record set here in Western Australia a couple of days ago at a coastal town. 50.7 degrees Celsius.
Oh, that's a bit toasty.
That's about that's about 100% too hot, isn't it, farmers?
It is. Yes. At least.
How would you keep cool in that temperature? That'd be hard.
Yeah, 25 is about right, isn't it?
25 I can cope with. Yeah, 50.
I can get. I reckon I'm comfortable around 20.
No, I mean 25 is all right. It's a hot stuff.
Oh, the heat, yeah. If it gets up to 25, it starts to get hot for me. Oh, we got a naked Facty. Sorry, Facty. I'll give you your spanner back. Have missed out on anyone else lately?
Don't think so.
Not that I can see. Alright, so we're finished with Mr. 42.
Yeah, let me turn that off for a second.
Alright. From Westchester County, New York. I didn't know if he drove and ranted, or did he park and rant as well?
He sometimes rants while he's driving.
Yeah.
And sometimes he rants while he's just.
He hasn't put one out from his kitchen lately.
No, I'm not surprised.
Shouldn't you be getting snow over in England somewhere by now?
Well, I suppose we've got the temperature for it. We just ain't quite got the.
We had some in Leeds last week. Because not yesterday, but the Friday before Nathan came home when Nathan overnighted in Leeds, it snowed on him.
All right. No, not had much in the way of snow here, I don't think. Just sort of sharp frost.
Oh, which bloody pair of... that's that pair of glasses, and that's that pair of glasses, right. It's not too bad out here.
Alright, here we go.
Nippy.
Bit nippy. Might have to put an extra jumper on.
It's not as warm as I would have preferred.
No.
I want to see Farmer put his t-shirt on and shorts and go outside.
No. I'll put my jumper on, sat in here. Too bloody cold out there. I ain't going out unless I have to.
I want to see you change colours from white to blue.
Yeah, that ain't very nice out there at all.
That's the other problem out here at the moment. It is the farm people have been going up and down to the farm in the thingies. So well, look, this is. I'm gonna have to change how.
You know you got your reading glasses and your seeing glasses on at the same time.
Oh yes, he has.
No, I need this pair to see the bloody phone.
Yeah.
Figure out where I changed the.
Oh, he broke it.
I'm trying to figure out how to make me use the other camera.
Oh, to turn it around, you should be able to touch the screen and it should have a little circle thing on it. Just
Yeah, I know.
up the top or something. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, but every time oh, there we go.
There we go.
You can see how bad the road is. This is a metalled road. It's not a dirt track.
It's tarred.
Yes.
It
looks. See, the farmers have been in.
It looks moist.
Oh, yeah.
The farmers have been in and out,
moist.
in and out.
It's definitely moist.
Yeah, bloody farmers making a mess of the roads. I don't know.
I know, it's pretty terrible, isn't it?
Yep.
Trouble is, you can't really see into the. Oh God! Look at the state of it.
You got a couple of poodles.
No, that's the neighbour. Oh God!
When's the last time that road got done? When's the last time that road got done?
2 years ago it got. Oh, 2 years ago they came and put a. They came and redressed it, which was a nightmare for me because the dressing was just enough that at the time you couldn't see where all the really bad divots and stuff were, because. Tell you what, should I put that the right way round for real people?
Yeah, your bandwidth is pretty low. You're not wearing your tinfoil hat today, so you're not getting a good signal.
I don't get 5G here. I barely get 4G LTE here.
Yeah, I only got 4. Oh, the missus found out that we don't have 5G here yet. Where we are.
Ah, that's why I don't get it then.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, it looks like one of the sort of suburb villages of Norwich has got better 5G than Norwich itself.
That don't make sense.
Yeah, I can't understand why. I mean, it's an area that is. But yeah, so this is the joys of living in rural Norfolk. But I definitely, even if I can get away without wearing much in the way of a coat today, I would still need to have my gloves on.
Yes.
Because my hands are getting absolutely bloody frozen.
Yeah, my ears get sore from cold weather. I hate that.
Especially the one required to hold the phone. Oh, and the one required to drive as well, because obviously I have a hand controller like that with a joystick for my my controlling. So I'm going to swing back around here.
Yeah.
And I guess I better not completely dox myself on YouTube.
We know where you live.
I was going to say, unfortunately, all my photographs have full copyright contact information on them. Because, you know.
All right, then. I'll remove that.
I was going to say, well, want to see the main drag through the village.
Looks about right. Yeah, that's what I expected.
Yeah, this isn't the main. Yeah, I mean, we actually have a main drag because we actually have a main road that runs through the village. But am I going to get that far? I'm going to get that far. I'll bugger it. No, I'm not going to get that far. Sorry, guys, but
no, your internet.
I am not going to.
Your connection probably won't go that far.
Oh. Well, actually, I say I'm on phone data anyway. Well, I should be.
Well, I was saying your connection was low.
I ain't going to get my Wi-Fi.
Yeah, you were saying your connection was low before when you got around to the other side near the field there.
Stop the video for now.
Yeah, okay. Anamorphic Mind, did I arrive in time? Well, you're always arriving in time.
There you go. Done my flurf duties for the day.
Okay.
Yeah, I even did it outside while driving.
Alright, who are we up to now? Who we got left? We've got 2 left. Oh, this goes for 18 minutes. Hopefully we can shorten it.
Ranty Flat Earth a lot. At the time, he was a flat earther, and it was perfectly acceptable for him to receive a critique from me. Now, in a shocking twist of fate, Ranty is here as a guest content creator for Flat Earth Friday. Being one of the most well-known flat earthers to defect and rejoin reality, Ranty puts out content from an extremely unique perspective, which is obviously a position of understanding regarding the flat earth community. Today, he's explaining that unique perspective. Take it away, mate.
Thank you, Dan, and can I just say what an absolute honour it is today to be presenting your Flat Earth Friday show for the very first time. Hopefully not the last, we shall see. Anyway, many of you people may know me already in the community. I used to go by the name of Ranty Flat Earth. That's right, for about 5 years I was a flat earther, and of course all that changed last year when an image popped up in my feed on Facebook. I did some analysis on it. Turns out that we don't live on a flat earth, we actually live on a globe. Anyway, I'm here today to talk to you a little about flat earth and what goes on inside the community. So, let's get into this. Here we go. So a couple of months ago, when Dan first asked me to do a video for his Flat Earth Friday show, I decided to ask my subscribers what they would like me to do and what they would feel that Dan's audience would love to see. And here is the results of the poll. Now, I did think about doing the debunks, but honestly, they are so frequent now that I thought, well, you might not see any value in them. So I decided to run with the associated dangers of flat earth on mental health and lifestyle. Now, on my new channel, which I only started because of the sheer lack of honesty inside the flat earth community, as for my reasons coming back to the globe, well, you can find all kinds of unique content there. I'm a comedian at heart, and you may find me talking to my twin Ranty, who is still a flat earther, or using Flurf kitchen science, or actually doing some great debunks of the so-called flat earth proofs. Having come from the flat earth perspective, I know all of their arguments, all of their pitfalls, and all of their tricks, so I know how to pull them apart rather easily. I also know all the so-called faces inside of flat earth, and know so much about what goes on behind the scenes, and I talk about that a lot. So if you're interested in any of that content, please head on over and subscribe. I think you might enjoy the uniqueness of the content. Anyway, back to today's video, and I'll try to give you as much information in the time afforded here today, and hopefully by the end of it, you might have learnt something interesting. So, let me first ask you, if somebody you knew came up to you and said they were a flat earther, what is the thing that you would think of when they said that? Take a few moments to think, then write the answer in the comments below. So, John comes up to you and says he is a flat earther. What is your immediate thought?
He's an idiot.
Huh? Yeah, okay, I'll pause it then. I'll set the peanuts to give us an answer too.
Yeah, numbnuts, at least.
No, my immediate thought is, how much time am I willing to commit talking to insane people? And do I actually want to convince them to join my reality? And I think most of the time the answer is no.
No, yeah.
I think, which is my exit stage left, due right now.
Yeah, where the fire escape's located.
I think most of you will answer that they believe that the Earth is a flat disk with a dome over it. Now, I could be wrong, but let's run with that answer. Now, you have to decide if they actually know themselves what a flat earther is. And for the longest time, I didn't even know that myself. What is a flat earther? Is it someone who just believes the Earth is flat? Well, that's what I thought it was, and that is why I called myself Ranty Flat Earth. You see, from my perspective at least, down at the beach and the shoreline in Blackpool, I could see far further than I thought possible on a globe. From an elevation of 6 feet, close to 19 miles, we are seeing shore to shore. So the possibility of the Earth being flat, to me at least at the time, seemed far more reasonable than it being a globe. But then that answer gets you thinking, how on earth anyone can consider that the Earth is flat? And that, I believe, is one of the biggest WTF moments globers have with flat earthers. Just because you see too far, you're now going to claim that the Earth is flat. It's beyond most people's comprehension how that can even happen. But nobody wakes up one day and just thinks, hey, I'm going to be a flat earther today. That process is something that takes a long time to happen, and often involves many other conspiracies along the way. You will often hear flat earthers talk about things such as the 9/11 incident, or chemtrails, or 5G, or free energy, or Nibiru, to just name a few. These will be conspiracies that they have looked into, and often from the perspective of there actually being a conspiracy involved. And in their minds, behind all these conspiracies, there is a deep, dark secret that a small group of people who control the world are trying to hide it from the masses. For instance, if you believe the 9/11 conspiracy, you would essentially be believing that the government, the US government, had a hand in that event. But you wouldn't really know why or the end goal of that event. You could speculate, of course, and sometimes that would then lead you into another route to investigate, or another conspiracy to unmask. And there is no end to people willing to make content for views and popularity.
6 months ago, he said it looks like it may be depopulation. He said now there is no doubt this is depopulation.
To a conspiracy theorist, any event published by mainstream media is fair game and can be pulled apart in the most insidious of ways possible to make the simple reposting of a tragic event something much more sinister and much darker. And having been pre-exposed to other conspiracies in the past, someone who is in that community is far more likely to be persuaded by the sinister story that probably emanated from some lunatic living in his mother's basement.
Look at Rose. Look at Jaren. Look at deep inside the rabbit's butthole.
But that narrative will permeate throughout the community, and others will regurgitate that narrative, and soon that now so-called proof will become reality in the conspiracy theorist's mind. and added to the list of other conspiracies that all seem to link back to the elites in some way. In the minds of the conspiracy theorist, the justification for all of these events needs an end goal, some bigger purpose, a reason as to why they are being perpetrated. The media is seen as the enemy and the mouthpiece of the elites, and the reporters are bought and paid agents and will create stories to hide the agendas of the elites. Nothing from the mainstream media can therefore be believed, and so the question remains, why? And Flat Earth fills that burning question, because the Flat Earth is a battle between creation and evolution, between good and evil, between God and the devil and his minions. Now, if this is pushed out to the conspiracy theorist in the right way, then anything is believable. Suddenly, you have some obscure references to some passages in the Bible that could be interpreted as suggesting a flat earth, and that is pushed as the word of God. Then you have all the ingredients for someone becoming a flat earther. For my own part, I followed the conspiracy trail just as I described. I watched all the videos and I listened to all the famous conspiracy nutcases out there, and I bought into it. However, not everything that was pushed to me, I believed, but the idea that some events might be linked, I did. And I was at a time in my life when I was actually pretty susceptible to this type of brainwashing. Luckily, I never went full nutcase, although I certainly fell hard for the flat earth idea. I was consumed with the idea that we see too far, and yet I never stopped looking for proof. And this is, looking back at least, why I never really was a true flat earther, much as I hated that suggestion by some in the community that I was not. You see, I thought I was a flurf. I believed the earth was flat. So surely that makes me a flat earther, right? Well, wrong. Not at all. Not even close. In fact, I dare say that a proportion of people who still class themselves as flat earthers don't even understand what a flat earther is. And that is why I asked you all before about that. Right, okay, guys, listen, I hope you enjoyed the presentation. I've seen a lot of back and forth there in the chat. Ultimately, you know, this is, I guess you'll resolve this in the next couple of months. We'll see whether or not these predictions are true. If there's any grain of information there that you want to take away, by all means, do your own research. And if you feel that you need to actually prepare yourself a little like this, hey, what's it going to cost you? A few quid? You never know. It may save your life. You see, a true flat earther doesn't need to prove the shape of the earth. They just know it. They have a belief. And actually to them, they just know it is and don't need the evidence to convince them. Which is why, to a true flat earther, research is not required. And to a true flat earther, the amount of time thinking about the shape of the earth is almost non-existent. To the true flat earther, the war is not about the shape of the earth. It is about uncovering, understanding, and pushing out the other conspiracies that they see as affecting our everyday lives. A true flat earther is anti-science, is anti-mainstream in every aspect of their lives. They live by the code that everything we think is real is in fact not real, and that we are living in something akin to the Matrix. A true flat earther rejects models. They hate the AE map. They vehemently hate it, as they know it is a broken map which simply does not work. And yet, there are people happy to push that map around and be ridiculed on mainstream television. That is why people like Bob Nodell, Jeranism, DITRH, and Mark Sargent are not seen as true flat earthers. The fact that they get into bed with the mainstream media and will push the AE map around whilst performing tests that prove a globe is almost too much for the true flat earthers to take, which is why there is a huge war between the true flat earther and those seen as shills or fake flat earthers.
But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15 degree per hour drift.
Thanks, Bob.
You're seeing through this hole, through the next hole, and seeing the light at the backboard, or at 17 feet off the water. The Earth is flat. If he's holding it up at 23 feet high and we're seeing the light, well, that's because the Earth's curved. Enrique, how high is your light?
17 feet.
I mean, it's as, we don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your light way above your head.
See what happens.
Yeah. Interesting.
You rarely, if ever, will hear those aforementioned Flurf leaders talk about other conspiracies. And again, this is something that a true flat earther would be pushing. So why do these not? And the simple reason is that they are not true flat earthers. They are the ones who, like me, wanted to see if the earth was flat. But whereas I was happy to have my mind changed, it seems that they have too much skin in the game to do the same. They are globe skeptics at best, and not a true flat earther. A flat earther would quite literally die for their beliefs. In the past 2 years, Flat Earth has lost Sheeps and Neeps, Rob Skiba, Antonio Subarats, Jibby Jedi, and Flat Earth Fokker. And all of them, in my opinion, died because of their distrust of the mainstream science and medication. They wanted to try alternative medicines or reject the advice from people who were far more educated in medicine than they were in favour of untested and wackadoodle therapies. They bet their lives that they knew better, and they paid the ultimate price because of it. Also, the factions inside of the Flat Earth are just as crazy, each of them with their own beliefs and agendas, but of course that can be for another video. As for now, be assured that simply believing the Earth is flat doesn't make you a flat earther, far from it. You have to have taken a drink from every conspiracy as you fell down the rabbit hole, and then go full auto hoax, and then you might consider yourself to be a true flat earther. Lastly, I just want to say that those affected by conspiracies are not all like the faces you see pushing out those narratives. Often those affected are struggling with some form of mental health condition, something that affected and still affects me. They may also be outcasts in the community, or people who shun the outside world and find it difficult to mingle with people day to day. They may be alone and suffering from bereavement. They may have some illness that affects their ability to socialise. They could be suffering from depression or feelings of anxiety, yet long for some kind of friendship and communities. And Flat Earth offers that to them. It gives people the ability to be whoever they want to be. They can think whatever they want to think, and others will join in their fantasies. They can fantasize about thousands of continents on an endless plane, or some form of looping model that brings back the sun and moon across the plane. They can be teachers, scientists.
This is an egg.
Yep.
This is a parts per million counter.
They can be explorers or researchers.
Notice the angle is a right angle. Look at that vertex. This can only happen with straight.
Doesn't look like a right angle to me.
And they can have interactions with people day in, day out who are happy to engage in communication with them. These are the people affected by these conspiracies, and these are the ones paying the price for the egos of a few people filling their heads with nonsense in order to fill their pockets with coin. Nathan Oakley is a YouTuber who produces flat earth content. He is not a flat earther. Bob Nodell and Jeranism are YouTubers who produce flat earth content and actively prove the globe regularly.
Thanks,
Yet
Bob.
they sell the AE map and products to a community of people who are easily led. These people prey on the misfortune of others in order to profit from it, and to keep people locked in a cycle of mistrust and despair. I aim to change that with my new channel. I aim to go after all the conspiracies that others fall for, to break them down from the perspective of someone who actually researched them in the past. I aim to use my knowledge of the cult leaders to chip away at their influence and bring back as many people from the isolation that the flat earth belief makes people endure. I think the debunking community as a whole does a fantastic job, and we need this valuable resource to counter the damage that can be done by believing such nonsense. So I hope you enjoyed that, guys. For me, I really enjoyed the opportunity to be here and give you a little insight as to what it's like to be a flat earther and all the pitfalls that you end up going through to actually end up on flat earth. It isn't just as easy as believing that the earth is flat, right? And I know I've been very broad in this entire video, and a lot of people may feel put out because they may feel to themselves, hey, you've put me in one camp or another and I wasn't in that camp ever. But I think for a very broad generalization of what it's like to be a flat earther, I think this video does a good introduction to that. So on my channel coming up, there'll be plenty of more stuff like this. I will be debunking all those conspiracies that led me down the path to being a flat earther. I also have plenty of content out there already, which is debunking flat earth stuff. I also do a lot of comedy. There's a lot of comedy over there. So if you like a good laugh, please go over, check out some of my videos. And if you do feel like hitting that subscribe button, I really would appreciate it. Now, I want to say to the Globe Earth community who welcomed me back with open arms, thank you so much. It's been really enjoyable. And I want to say again to Dan, thank you so much for inviting me here today to talk to your audience about this. It really, really does mean a lot to me. So thank you.
I think he covered nearly all the bases on that.
I think he did, yeah.
And he picked a good topic actually, because it does. He was explaining it how that people can be flat earthers, but not necessarily have the title of it because of the other things that they can get involved with. They're negative towards society and the mainstream, and they find other people that got similar mindsets, and they always end up in the same place. Flat Earth.
That's it.
The bottom of the rabbit hole, pretty much.
Yeah, that's it. And the more they get told to watch a certain person's video, and they go down that rabbit hole, and that's it. Ah.
So, got any more, Terry?
Yeah, I've just got a quick one from Mr. Sensible to finish off with.
Oh, yes.
Randy summed that up so much in that video, it left a lot. It didn't leave a lot for us to continue with either. We couldn't really add to that. I have noticed that some flirters don't have that mindset also of conceptualizing in 3D space, or certain logic to do with that sort of thinking, or mechanical aptitude, or all that sort of stuff. But they might be able to read and write, but
Yeah, but sometimes, Terry, I'm going to ask you a question now, and you have to answer very quickly, Terry. Yeah, very quickly.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not at the North or South Pole. I'm a little bit away from it. So there's two observers. They're a little bit away. Let's say 69 miles, 1 degree away from true north and true south. So not magnetic, true north and true south. But we're a little bit away from it, 69 miles. We're both facing north and looking up at 45 degrees elevation. Do the stars travel the same way in a time lapse or opposing?
Yeah, but you didn't say if they're on the same longitude.
Wouldn't matter. But say they are.
Yeah, they'd be going in the anti-clockwise if you're facing north.
So my question was, do both of them travel the same direction, left to right or right to left, or are they opposing, as in one of them is traveling the opposite direction?
No, the same if they're both looking north.
And is that everybody's answer?
Yes.
Now, about 50% of globers will get that wrong.
Oh, okay.
Because it requires, because you can arrive at it by two means. One, you can visualize something in 3D, or two, you can get there with logical steps. But both of them can be quite complex and hard to realize. So I don't blame. I actually don't blame flat earthers for the Star Trail crap or not being able to comprehend 3D, because a lot of just people can't do that as well.
Wow. Well, I took a split second to think about it, because that's what was my main question was they both at the same longitude. I was thinking of something different. So once I clarified
longitude
that,
wouldn't. Longitude wouldn't make a difference.
And what?
It's just your
and they'd both be in daytime or nighttime. See.
Yes.
It's a trick question. In fact, he's going on about.
Well, they could both be in darkness at the same time, because even if they're on different longitudes, because
yeah, but I mean, I was thinking back to the visual representation of where the Terminator line is when the Earth's on a certain axis with the sun. That's what was confusing me at the time with the question.
Yeah, I've got one comment about Ranter's video. I would say comedy is very, very subjective.
Yes, it is. Because he's saying his videos are funny, but I'd have to watch one of them to find out how funny it is for myself.
That is by far a very, very great stretch to say that they are funny, even to say that they're amusing.
Yeah, so other people's humour, as they perceive humour, is different to everyone else. Like our humour is different to yours, and yours is different to America's.
Well, yeah, no, we have the superior humour, but obviously Ranty
is
the very, very low.
Yeah, sure you
opposing
do.
it.
Yeah, sure you do.
Yeah, but that's what comes of coming from a rundown seaside town at the end of nowhere.
Like what humour's in Monty Python or Dad's Army or shows like that. Yeah. Blackadder, I haven't really watched that one, so I can't really comment on that one.
But I thought the first series was blah. The second series was brilliant. The third series was okay, and the fourth series was absolutely bloody brilliant.
Yeah, series 2 and 4 are the best ones. They hadn't got the formula right for the first one. They hadn't got the right script writers.
And I don't quite know what happened with series 3. It was just a bit.
Yeah, it had its moments. But
I guess it's kind of like that difficult third album, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Like I'm even trying to think of what Australian humour can be represented as humorous in general for what we've had as humour. I mean, we've got some comedians. There's a few there here and there.
Oh yeah, no. Wait a minute. I forget you've got a really good comedian. I find him fascinating. What's he called now? Scott Morrison? Is that his name? I find him so funny. He has got absolute British humour, that dude, I tell you.
He's the greatest stand-up comedian we've got. Okay.
All right.
Gary says, I said from the beginning... Did he? I never knew he said that. His videos were not funny, and I'm good at laughing at myself. So you're funny, Gary. You know, some of Gary's videos are amusing.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a quick thing. Because I just remembered something. I meant to mention this earlier, but did anybody catch what the question that I asked Chris yesterday? Because it was arguing for the black swan. And I find it amazing, and this must show that dishonesty that Ranty. I mean, there's some insightful stuff on Ranty's channel, by the way, about the kind of psychological element of the community. But there was one thing that I asked Chris yesterday, and that was because he's arguing for the black swan. You know, we can see it, we see too far, we can see the base of those rigs and stuff, and that's fine. But I asked him, I said, well, if things disappear from the bottom up based on distance, why can I see the bottom of those rigs? And he literally had no answer for that whatsoever. So they argue that things disappear from the bottom up when convenient, but when they don't, it's like, look at this, the earth is flat. Well, which is it?
Can't have it both ways.
I mean, even with the black swan, stuff is still disappearing from the bottom up, just further away than they expect it to.
Yeah, we hit the nail on the head straight away with that black swan when it came out. I was glad we got involved with that at the start. I even had Nathan Oakley come in me chat one time.
I don't remember that.
There was only once. Yeah, he commented in the side chat once when we were doing the black swan.
Ah.
Couldn't get him on the panel though. That would have been interesting.
Wouldn't it ever? It was a long time ago it came out though, wasn't it?
Yeah, the black swan was. Yeah, I'd have to go on my channel to see
Couple of years ago, maybe.
How far back it was.
Yeah, I think it's
been a while.
Lockdown.
Oh yeah, it was pretty long.
So that makes it at least 2 years ago.
I can tell by the thumbnail which one it was, because we had a barbecued chicken on it that we used as a swan.
Oh yeah.
Jeez, it was a while back. I've gone back a year. Oh, here we go. Yeah, a year ago I've got here. Warning. Or something. Extinction of the black swan. Yeah, it was barbecued.
I thought it was longer than that. That shows you what.
Well, it says a year, but I think that if you count a year.
I think I've mentioned this before, and I just have to say it again, just for historical purposes. The black swan argument, they take literally as saying that because this one black swan exists, all swans are black.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
Which is about the most ridiculous argument that you could come up with.
Exactly.
There are 1 million white swans and one black swan, therefore all swans are black. No.
Yeah. Yes. It's only supposed to prove that not all swans are white.
Correct.
Gary says, I don't consider myself that funny or a comedian, but I can laugh at humour even aimed at me. But Ranty is just not funny at all. Okay. But if you think yourself's funny, well, that's just being objective. Okay, we got any more videos? Got one left here.
Maybe Ranky's just got German humour or something.
Could be.
Isn't this classed as black humour? I think some countries class their humour as more black. I don't know what that means, but
Well, dark.
Dark, yeah.
Dark humour.
Yeah, like what we have sometimes.
Yeah.
Like what you see in the military all of the time.
Yeah.
Play.
Press play.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, press play, please.
Rachie 00000. Oh God, can't you think of a better name? Yours is so annoying. And anyway, you have served me well, Rachie, by following the great prophet, Sleeping Warrior. But it would be better if you didn't kiss his ass quite so much. Save that for me. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes, you have done well by showing that Einstein doesn't know anything, and that relative density disequilibrium is my truth. All praise and glory be to God. Yay me. So, I have another quest for you, Rachie lots of zeros. Show those heathen Nassites that parallel lines aren't.
Hi, recently Rachie 000, you know who I mean, Rachie. Well, Rachie recently, along with her Papa Flurf, Sleeping Warrior, apparently smashed Einstein and all his weird and wacky theories about something called gravity, and replaced it with some new science called relative density disequilibrium. Now, Sleeping Warrior is Rachie's Papa Flurf. She has learnt her science at his knee. Of course, Sleeping Warrior is published in the great scientific annals of our time, those being Arsebook, Twatter, and now ThickTok. So what has Rachie got for us today? Well, she's going to show us that parallel lines aren't. This should be interesting.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rachie, and
roll VT.
So they say the sun's rays are parallel. So let's take a look, shall we?
oh yes, Rachie, let's. But can we be quick? Because I've got some important sleeping I need to do.
Oh, this old argument.
Yep.
Oh no.
Rachie, how about if I put some suitable dramatic music to it? Perhaps it might make your scientific evidence a little more interesting.
Yep, good music.
I'm not sure that it's really helping.
No, it's not.
Got it. How about some CGI?
Yeah, that helps. Oh, they're not parallel. Okay.
Do these look parallel to you? Are you seriously trying to tell me that these shadows are parallel?
Is that it, Rachie?
Yes.
Really? I think I heard Howard George Stirrup talking about something. Perhaps we better ask him.
This one coming in, do appreciate it. From Mr. Sensible says, I don't know what Howard's saying, but I like fluffy kittens. Your old buddy, Mr. Sensible.
Yeah, he's not very sensible, is he? He really sticks to the satire.
What else have you got, Rachie?
Here I tried to get the sun rays of the sun to show up, and you can see how they diverge and how they spread out, and you can see that's exactly as the shadows do. They seem to follow the diversion of the light.
Who are you who are so wise in the ways of science? Who'd have thunk that shadows depend on the direction of light? Tell us more of this new science of which you speak.
So the light from the sun spreads out at different angles, and so do the shadows. So yeah, the rays from the sun are not parallel.
Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
So here you can see some light rays.
I hear a vague voice saying pause.
Yeah.
It's never perspective until it's perspective. Or is that the other way around? It's always perspective until it's perspective.
When it isn't perspective, it's perspective, and when it is perspective,
it's not. That's it.
That's how it works.
Is that your perspective?
That's actual perspective. Yes.
I think.
Play.
Okay.
You can see one here. You can see one here. You can see this shadow goes in the direction of this light ray, and this shadow goes in the direction of this light ray. So yeah, not parallel, divergent. Just as it's seen is how it is. The rays appear to diverge, and so do the shadows, because the light's not parallel.
That's some strong evidence, Rachie. How on earth are we going to fight against it?
Yeah. What are we going to do?
Hold your ground!
Hold our ground?
I see in your eyes the same fear that would take the heart of me. A day may come when the courage of men fails, but it is not this day. It's when the age of men comes crashing down, but it is not.
Probably get done for that music in the background.
Yes!
I bid you stand!
Aragorn, son of Arathorn. I don't have a sword, but I do have some pictures. Rachie, have you never seen railway lines? They tend to be pretty parallel, because otherwise the trains would have to get narrower as they go further away. But they don't look parallel, do they, Rachie? Not heard of trains, huh? Okay, how about this? Motorways, all those lanes, I would have thought, are parallel, because otherwise those vehicles, as they drive towards the horizon, are going to get closer together and sideswipe each other, and eventually not even fit on the road. Or perhaps it's just perspective.
I have an idea, though. What about if I put things on the floor, perfectly parallel? Are you telling me they will appear divergent?
Well, Rachie, you could have actually tried. I guess it's too much effort. Well, let me do it for you. Well, Rachie, it would appear that you just cannot visualise things. You need to pop to your local store and ask if they've got any Ds you can purchase. You're going to need 3 of them. If you truly think that you are going to be able to debunk Einstein, let alone parallel lines, I suggest you work your way towards it, perhaps via banking. Rachie, perhaps you better take your video down before you get embarrassed.
Too late. Oh, bugger.
Until next time, my friends, stay sensible.
Shut up and sit down.
Somebody, please put me out of my misery. Where does that bloody music come from?
I got no idea.
I recognise it. One of these days I must ask. I recognise that music, and I can't think where the bloody hell it comes from.
Just ask the bloke.
I will next time I speak to him. You think of it, and then when you talk to somebody, you completely forget, and then afterwards it's like, bugger.
I quite like whoever's doing the Thatcher impersonation. They're actually pretty damn good, aren't they?
Doing the what?
Thatcher impersonation. To shut up and sit down.
Oh yes, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Well, he's not showing it online, so I can't. If I DM'd him, he wouldn't get it.
I might remember to ask him one of these days.
Well, he's done live streams really early hours in the morning here, which is nearly sunrise, and I've gone on to a couple of his live streams, but.
Oh yeah, obviously he does them at a reasonable sort of time for us. I think he usually goes live at 9 in the evening. But then, as he sort of is in the UK, that's to be expected.
Yeah. I mean, if they're at 9 o'clock of my morning, that'd still be evening for you guys.
That'd be about 10 o'clock at night for us.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Well, if he starts at 9, this time of year, if he starts at 9, that's only 8 o'clock in the morning for you. It's not that early.
Yeah, it's early for me. I'm barely out of bed till after 9.
God, you're as bad as my Nathan. Or Reggie's Nathan.
I'll get up early of a morning if I have to, if I've got an appointment or something.
Yeah. Yeah, the only reason he'll be out of bed before 11 o'clock is if he's got to go to bloody work.
Yeah.
Well, they're saying that. At least he can get up and go to work. That's one of the things he's pretty good at. So can't complain there. But yeah.
We're trying to play with Gary out in the peanut gallery, but he's not biting.
I can't. Again, because you told me to bugger off and use my phone, I can't see the YouTube chat, can I?
How long's it going to be before your internet thing's freed up?
Well, it turned out that I'd screwed up again with the export of my raw video files from Lightroom, and yeah, it's going to be a while because like 1,327 photos exported from Lightroom as 16-bit P3 TIFFs takes a while.
What's the file transfer rate? You don't know that?
I mean, it goes from like it goes from like 64 gigabytes an hour of recorded video to something like 200.
Oh, I can't do mental arithmetic like
that. There's several hundred gigabytes of data files before when it does the export, importing into DaVinci, that then gets reduced down very quickly and exported as an MP4.
Oh, Paul's left the room. If he's taken his headsets off, lights out. Oh, he's going to say Google, don't you? Google, lights out. I thought it worked then. If he put his external speakers on, we could have been playing with his lights.
Oh dear, Gary misses the point completely.
Well, he made an obvious statement earlier, and I said, scale, Gary. I just can't think in scale. A railway track is now equivalent to sun rays. Well, that's the P word, Gary. People have to learn what the P word means and what it's for. It's only used for certain things, and it comes from artistry and drawing in the first place. And then it's transferred onto real world situations, like train tracks. It's corpuscular rays, anti-corpuscular rays. We could keep going.
If I lower my chair and put my phone up, look, you can see it in the door behind me.
Yeah, it'll change perspective. It'll change perspective, and it'll show perspective.
This is one of those things where, in order for flat Earth to be real, perspective has to be false.
Yeah, how would you change? How would you change perspective? That'd be a weird one to work out. That one.
Well, the problem with changing perspective is based on physical reality. That's it. Distance. That's it. You would have to change the perception of distance to change perspective.
That rather inconvenient rule that has a tangent in there.
Yeah, what I don't get about Rachel's video, and I do want to, I've said to her, I'm not bothered about having a debate with her or anything like that or trying to show her up, but I do want to kind of just say, hey, look, this is so wrong. It's not even, it's not even a thing. I'll just share my screen 2 seconds. Share that. Because I did this once live on Jose's show when someone was saying the same thing about the shadows on the moon. And and like everybody said here, it's convenient to just forget perspective. So I've got a parallel light ray coming in and casting parallel light rays coming in and casting shadows off these huge little pillars. And these are all parallel. And the only thing, I mean, even now, the only thing you would need to do in physical reality is walk up and just measure the distance between the two. Pace it out. That's it. And then pace it out at this end. Just to verify it, take a measurement. Don't go on your intuition or lack thereof of common sense and 3D-ness. Why not measure it? It's here. Because when you look from above, obviously it's parallel and I've got an emergency to deal with.
Yep, we can hear it.
Okay, we can hear it. Oh, I hate getting interrupted like that. Oh.
Yeah, she
went. When they have this misconception of perspective, and I always think of the bloody Father Ted one with the this is close and this is far away.
These are close and these are far away.
Yeah, well, one of the most fantastic things I've heard though is, and I suppose I heard it with Chris, I've heard it with Gary in the chat. Basically, what they do is they focus on trying to explain to you perspective, foreshortening, and all this kind of stuff, which is basically they're just saying perspective, 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 perspective. That's all they're saying. Not once do they say how that relates to the divergent nature of something being able to be disappeared from the bottom up. Because that actually goes against everything else they've just said. For an object to disappear from the bottom up is nothing to do with angles. It's to do with occlusion. And the only way for the bottom to go beyond your horizon or vanishing line is for parallel lines to diverge after converging, and they don't. That's not how that crap works. And you can demonstrate this on a small scale, a medium scale, or a huge scale. You can simulate it in 3D. There is not one bit of evidence that supports anything that Gary says. All he does is point at perspective and say, perspective, perspective, perspective. And it's like, yes, and it's the next bit, Gary, the explanation bit of why. Not just pointing at something and saying, oh, I know these few words, angles, perspective, perspective, convergence, compression. Who gives a shit? Explain why and how.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I was typing.
Oh, yeah. Don't have access to the crickets either, Terry. On my phone.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm just looking around to see if there's anything else new on what's going on around. Ranty's just dropped a new one, someone said. It's a 5-minute one. Destroying flat Earth with sunsets. If I could do the south of east and south of west sunrise sunset here, I'd like to be able to compile that, but I'd have to have the. I'd be able to.
You'd have to get up very early, Terry.
Yeah, I'd have to use my phone thing, that app with all the elevation and azimuth or whatever.
Oh,
yeah, I've got that, but I can't do the sunset properly because I've got a great big lump in the road to my west.
Well, you have to get in a car and drive somewhere where there isn't a fairly great lump to your west, won't you?
Yeah, I can drive up over the mountain, up onto the mountain top somewhere around there.
I was going to say, maybe drive up onto the top of the mountain, that'll help.
Yeah. And the sunset will be way out in the distance that way for the sunset. I could use the sunrise one for there too. Same place.
Yeah. But could you get yourself up that early in the day?
Yeah, well, I'd have to stay up. I'd have to basically stay up until I could see the twilight of sunrise and jump in the car and off I go.
The stupid thing is, sunrise here the other day that I wanted to go and record was about 8 a.m. and I still overslept.
Okay.
I did get a nice sunset though.
Yeah, well, you ain't got to get up early for that, have you?
No.
Just got to make sure you're not having a snooze.
That was actually 4:05 when it set.
Yeah, what are we?
Rose at just after 8, set at just after 4. Yeah, rose about 8 o'clock, set just after 4.
Sunrise today was 8:05 for me, and it sets at 4:21, which is under an hour away. How depressing. And yeah, I suppose the light's just starting to drop off.
Or do you just want to finish off with the ranty one because it's a new one?
Yeah, why not?
We'll
If it's only a short one.
Yeah, it's only a little one. That's 5:55, I think.
Might as well squeeze it in.
5:55. Why couldn't it have been 4:44?
No, it should have been 6:60. Oh no, I don't know.
No, don't go there.
Can I just say something right there? Because Terry said it's only a short one, and you just said it's only a little one. Might as well squeeze it in. And I was wanting so much to say that's what she said all throughout all of that. And I restrained myself.
Well, you fitted it in eventually.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Where am I?
You're over there.
Oh, I'm over here.
So let's talk about sunsets and sunrises. Now, for most flirfs, they have a belief that the sun passes over or near them, then moves further away from you towards sunset. Now, this isn't the case for everyone on flat Earth, as some prefer to reject the sun as being a tangible object.
Should we read some of these comments? See what people have got to say about what they think the sun is? We've got Flat Earth After Party saying, I don't know what it is. And then we've got Earth Pond, maybe a reflection. Now, Martin Liedke says, what it could be the point of a large laser type device, which is in another dimension. Apparent sun, I think. It's a disk of plasma. I have no other name, but I think it could be called to the touch. Dearth says, the giver of life energy. Thank you, Dearth. Anyway, I think the sun must be some sort of element in an anode/cathode system where the current is being turned into light and heat at the same point of the sun. Kind of go with Dollard's idea of it being some sort of transformer, but we don't know where the current is coming from. Although magnetic fields, they measure the magnetosphere, seem to be the good place to start. Timaeus says, I think the sun is the point from which the generative logos energy of the cosmos emanates, creating this reality. Thank you, Timaeus. Phuket Word, or Nick, as far as I can tell, it's a focal point of light, and we're pretty screwed without it. Yes, good. Thank you, Nick. Ross Q, a parabolic reflection of the dome, possibly. Thank you for that. P Mars, the sun is Apollo. And we've got Be Here and Love, Zoe. I'm thinking real hard, but I can't seem to come up with an answer either. Thanks, Spec. The sun is a portal to another dimension. It's sort of like a hole, says Ace McLeod.
However, there are plenty of people who push the idea that night is caused by this moving away sun. None more so than David Weiss, aka Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. Now, he has made a big effort in the past 2 years to supplant himself as the #1 flurf, going out of his way to market himself all over the place. And he even has a nice little app that has so far sold over 30,000 times. This app and his idea of how the seasons work along with night and day is his pride and joy, and it gets promoted heavily from the other Flurf leaders, including Jeranism and Bob Nodell. So the idea is simple. The sun simply goes further away, the light gets dimmer, and the day fades to night as the sun vanishes into the distance. Not to put words in his mouth, I will play you some clips to see for yourself.
Music. Oh, the sun's bright. Maybe I should use the filter for that one.
AE map promoting Flurfs all agree the sun's rays do not reach the observer once the sun has gone out of sight. You could imagine the sun as throwing out light in all directions, and then the strength of those rays dim to a point you can no longer see them. Any attempts to see the sun again once it has passed this distance would be futile, as the sun's rays are just not powerful enough to be seen. So, how come, simply by elevating your observer height, you can rewatch the sun setting for a second time? The sun is actually moving away from you whilst you are simply attaining some height, so you are not getting closer to the sun. In fact, by the time you increase your elevation, the sun has actually gotten further away from you. But let's say it is the same distance away, but all you are doing is going higher. If the sun's rays are too dim to cover the distance, how do you see the sun's rays in all its glory again from up higher? And as David Weiss so brazenly stipulates, the sun's throw of light is limited. So think again, why can we see it at a higher elevation? If the sun's rays can only travel, let's say, 4,000 miles, and then they fade to nothing, how are we able to see the sun from higher up when it is 4,000 miles away, either at 6 feet elevation or 600 feet elevation? Well, I think the answer is simple. We elevate our position to see over Earth's curvature, and then, hey presto, we can see the sun again. There is no explanation for seeing the sunset twice on flat Earth. This is because on the AE map and model that is promoted by David Weiss, Jeranism and Bob Nodell, a double sunset is simply not possible. Thanks for watching, everyone, and I'll see you all in the next one.
I think I know where he got that video from for the second sunset.
There is an issue with what they say, though. They don't say it's impossible, because you'll always hear them say that if you go higher up, you can see further. They actually believe that your tangency and angle to the ground relates to the distance that you can see even on a flat plane. So they think if an object is 1,000 miles away and you can't see it on a flat plane, if you go up like 400 feet, you'll be able to see, oh, there we go again, Jesus Christ.
An argument they'll often bring up is that as you go higher, the atmosphere gets thinner, and therefore you can see further through it, which of course is total bollocks.
Yes.
Gotta get rid of that. There we go, that's that done.
Of course, the thing is, actually, as you look out, you are looking through higher and higher bits of atmosphere, aren't you? If you're, if you negate refraction,
yeah,
or even if you include refraction, you're still going to be looking at through, because it doesn't matter. Even if there's refraction, there's still a horizon that you can see, and if you're seeing past that horizon, you're seeing stuff that's higher and higher above the ground.
Well, there's something that you could teach an infant, which my little Ripple is going to learn at about 9 months old, is it's very easy to take an object size, but you have to do trig. You have to do basic trig twice to do this, obviously, if you've got a radius, or to simplify it. But you can take an object and figure out, given a height, and test it at any height. Given a height, how far would it have to be in the last degree before horizontal? I can't do that. And I worked out that like the sun, when they say it's like 100 miles wide or whatever it is, and 2,000 miles high, 3,000 miles high, blah 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 blah. It actually doesn't matter, because the distance that it'll have to travel due to reality and perspective to get down to, let's say, the last 5 degree is more space than the disk has, the pizza has. It's more surface area than the Earth has. And to get down to the last degree takes something like, I think I worked it out, 56,000 miles. But then you can also easily debunk it by the fact that it doesn't make the right path through your sky, the fact that it doesn't speed up and accelerate at the rate that it should do through your sky based on the motion that you propose. You can invalidate this in so many ways just by looking at reality. It's not even funny.
No.
We'll let everyone. We'll leave. Sorry, Al.
I was going to say, I have, with the new phone, I got the new updated version of Flight Radar 24, and it's got a function on it now where you can press a button and it fires your camera up, and you can point the camera at an aeroplane.
Oh,
and
right.
it'll tell you what signals it's getting from that direction and altitude. But it's got a range of like about 80 miles that it'll display. Now you can just and you get the little radar map in the bottom corner, and it tells you the bit that you can see, and you can literally swing the phone round and point it, and it will show you where the aircraft are. And you're holding the phone so that it's looking pretty close to horizontal, and you're seeing aircraft that are at 40,000 feet, just above the horizon, just above your horizon. But they're like, oh, and it tells you how far away the aircraft is. So so the aircraft's 40 or 60 or something. The aircraft's quite a lot of miles away.
Yeah.
And you're barely pointing the camera above the horizon.
I think one of the crazy things to me about all of this, and I keep telling content creators it'd be good to do this, is hypothesis number. Well, if you hypothesize that the Earth is flat, you can test this in so many ways. You don't have to be a globe denier. You can simply test the Earth being flat. That doesn't mean prove the Earth is flat. It means collate evidence that the Earth is in fact flat. The amount of ways that you could do it does require effort and a little bit of brain power, which is probably why there's no content on this from flat earthers.
Yeah.
But you could sit down if you got like most of the people in this community on the globe side, the planet side, actually doing this, you could come up with a load of different ways to say, hey, if Earth flat, then this. You don't need to say, but if it's not, it's a globe. You can say, if Earth flat, then this. If Earth flat, then this. Because we can say, if globe, then this. And that's predominantly always true. You could do the same with flat Earth, but no one ever does. And that is so telling on either an intellectual front or a dishonesty front.
Yeah, but of course, if Earth is flat, if this, oh, it didn't work, is pretty much what you're going to get every single time.
Terry, I've got something to share for you, and see if this is for you, Terry.
Hi.
I don't know whether I've shown you this before. Can you see this?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's both of them are the same of the same object. One is actually an artistic representation, or possibly a composite based off, other images and stuff and enhanced. But the other is actually raw from a sensor.
Wouldn't be from a sensor at Cameo Can Day, would it?
How cool is that, though? You can photograph the Earth. You can photograph the sun through the Earth.
Yeah.
By pointing it down. How cool is that? You point an imaging sensor down and you can detect the particles from the sun.
Wow.
And image them. It's absolutely phenomenal. Now, I'd like flat earthers to invalidate this and then if they can, explain how the sun is at the underside of their pizza.
Yeah.
Has to go somewhere to rest.
Yeah, it has a hard time getting around the Earth accelerating and decelerating for different people at different times, depending on who's looking at it.
I can't keep up with Gary's assertions out in the peanut gallery. I was going to answer one of them. I'll go, okay.
Oh, shit. Okay. I'm going to share again, just for Gary. This is for Gary.
Yeah, okay. We'll make that the last one because we've got to wind up here.
Yeah. So Gary. So Gary, the application I use right here is Blender. Assertion number 1: Blender implements algorithms to accurately represent perspective in every way. Now, forget rhetoric. If you want to go after that statement, please provide evidence and do so, because the Blender community, Maya, 3ds Max, Lightwave Soft Image, Houdini, all of these 3D applications and manufacturers and software engineers will be incredibly interested in knowing how they got it wrong. So, assertion number 1, Blender uses perspective perfectly. Right. And here we have a lovely, amazing flat Earth with a sun. This sun I can change the height of and change the radius of. And it goes round through the day. Now we can see the size change from the observer that I've got on this disk. Now, interestingly, the observer on the disk is at my location here in England. Great. So if I zoom out, we can see it never actually, this is as low as it gets at being, I think, 4,000 miles high and 1,000 miles across or something. But I can make this any size. It doesn't leave this path. I can make it any height and it would just make concentric rings stacked on top of each other. It never gets down there moving away. Like I say, to get to the lowest point at this elevation, it would have to go hundreds of thousands of miles away from me, but it never does, and never would be allowed to on a pizza disc. As opposed to, and I'll end with this, as opposed to if I open up the supposed model of the globe and the distances, and I can place you anywhere on the planet at any time in the year, in other words, our relative position to the sun, and it will show you exactly the position that the sun will rise. Sorry, the location that the sun will rise. So right now we're in, January the 1st. So on January the 1st, where I am in England, we look at this view here. I'll turn the stars off so we can see it a little bit better. These dots represent 5-degree increments. I can see that it rises 6 degrees just east of southeast, and then only ever gets to like the lowest possible, just 20 degrees ish, and then sets just 5 degrees west of southwest. And it works all the time, every single day, every single position, as a predictive tool and mechanism. The other map, flat, no matter what I do, never works for anywhere. Now, I'm not saying this is proof. I'm saying it is overwhelming evidence that if you ignore it, you are literally insane and retarded.
Another mic drop.
Yep.
Oh, thanks for that, Dean. That finished it off really good. Okay, I'm going to wind up here now. I'll go around and thank Saul Perlmutter.
Saul Perlmutter.
Oh, Saul Perlmutter.
Saul.
Thanks, Helen. Thanks, Farmer Boy. Thanks again, Dean. Elmegs, Facti, Zebulon, RT96. Gary, thanks, Gary. That was interesting. John Stock, that is. Got to scroll up. Room Fondle, Anamorphic Mind. I've got to scroll up more. 9 O'Clock Hero, Fred Bailey, M-Ball, I know John Rapp was there earlier. Did we miss anyone tonight out in the Peanuts? There's a few names I didn't see. Geraneurism, Jezza, keep scrolling. Stevie B. Stewie was out there earlier too. I seen him there earlier. Oh, Carl. Don't forget Carl.
Get Carl.
And Dora. Oh, Clive. Who else? With Scott Bennett. Didn't Scott get a spanner? No tsunami where you are, Terry. What do you mean tsunami?
There was a tsunami earlier on.
Really? Okay.
Tonga.
Oh, Tonga. Okay. Who else did I miss? Stevie B, Elmigs. I think I've got everyone. By the look of it. Oh, there's an Alan Evans out there. Alan. Oh, Judy. Judy.
I think I posted a couple of times in the thingy.
Judy Bassett was here.
I was first.
Were you? Did you put first?
I just said hello because
okay.
The stream had just gone. It's like, oh, quick, I'll get in there.
Yeah, get in first.
Oh yeah.
I can't scroll up that far to give you a shout out though.
Oh, don't give me a shout out then.
No, I won't. I won't give you a shout out, Farmer's Boy.
Fine, be like that, Terry.
All right then. Thanks, panel. Good night. Good night, Peanuts.
Good night. Good night, Peanuts.
And if my internet doesn't crap out again, well, it hasn't yet, which is unusual. Touch wood. We made it. We made it all this length of time. All right then.
Yeah, we got away with it.
Got away with it this time. Don't know about next time though. Okay. Say good night, Peanuts.
Good night,
peanuts.
Yeah.